The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy. You're invited. Shalom, shalom. Come on in, hit the like button.
The East is where we're from.
We're from where?
The 12 tribes of Israel.
The 12 tribes of Israel. Come on.
In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With a great escape we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still.
He held the water still to the new world.
To a land where no mankind dwelt. We went. The 12 tribes of Israel. That's who we be. We be Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, Naphtali from the Isles of Hawaii.
What?
The Lord is calling back.
He's calling us back.
Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians,
Simeon,
the Dominicans, the highest gathering in Israel.
the Arabs and Africans told us at gunpoint.
Together our wives and children then sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. A higher gatherers in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans,
From the power
Benjamin the West Indians, Levi the Haitians,
our highest gathering in Israel. That's right, brothers and sisters. The Most High's gathering in Israel. I'm Elder Rikash Yar of the Gathering of Christ Church, here with our weekly blog or broadcast. And yes, a broadcast it will be. Man, there's a lot going on in the earth. Lord, have mercy. And that's why I had to continue this. And you see the title. I'm picking up where we left off from last week. Sabbath, Academy. Listen, it's an ebb and flow this evening. And yes, you can see the title, folks. An interesting conversation that we're going to open up early for dialogue, okay? It doesn't matter whether or not you are black or think you are African American. It doesn't matter if you're a Christian. Hey, it doesn't matter if you're white, a white Christian, or even a white Jewish man or woman. There's an open dialogue we're going to have this evening on the business of being an Israelite. And folks, we're talking business. Man, do I have a broadcast for you this evening. I took my time to make sure I got everything copacetic, all in line so that there'll be no questions concerning this topic of who's Israelites and what does it mean for business this evening. And before I go into that, of course, I have to let everyone know that we are under open enrollments for the Hebrew and Bible Academy. You all are doing a good job coming on in there. Some of our repeat academites, that's what I'm going to call you. Our repeat academites, you know who you are. You're doing a good job coming on in. We want to break the record when it comes to the number within the academy. You understand? Because we don't get state subsidies. We don't get any nonprofit finances to help our school. We're on our own with our people. And without you, it would be no success. Okay? We're not under a 501c3 status that you know, and nothing against how they do it. You know, they got to find some type of status. But we're not under any status that will actually compromise our freedom of speech to stand on what's right in these last days. And because of some of that, we don't have access to what most people have to give us a platform to actually teach our people. And the academy has become, it's organic, have grown within itself, and it's because of you. So I'm going to ask you to continue its growth, because what I'm going to do is we're going to work on transitioning the academy to a degree where one day, someplace, even online, we can begin to work to teach our children, okay? And none of that can happen without your help. You see the progressive evil that's going on with the Democrats and all this, and how they're pushing some serious insanity to our children in these schools. So don't forget, schools were originally created to teach the Bible. A lot of us don't even understand that's right. School wasn't supposed to be secular at all. The Satanists came in later and made school, that's right, secular. Saying, hold up, I have my children in public school and I don't believe your Christian values or the Bible. So you got to stop teaching the Bible altogether. That was a ploy to teach the garbage they're teaching right now. Gender neutrality and all this other stuff. Okay. This is what they're teaching because it opened the door once the Bible was no longer in schools. A lot of people don't understand that schools was originally Bible schools. And while going to learn the Bible, we would read, get our reading, math, arithmetic, and all those things while learning the values of the Bible, which kept the family structure together. But slowly but surely, like the Satanist does, they get in and creep in and slowly change one thing at a time until we get the crap you see now. So don't forget, everything we ever said we would do, we did. Okay, so when it comes to this Hebrew and Bible Academy, I need you all in there so that we can get the resources to get to our children before the devil destroy the rest of them. And we're going to try to transition down the line and have something for our children. We're still trying to deal with what that construct looks like, but we've put it out there and it's time because they're coming after our children. And our children need to understand the truth concerning who we are. And that's right. Jews and Gentiles alike can come in because guess what? This is our freedom of religion to express that we're Israelites, and this is not threatening to anyone else, any other race of people outside of getting our people on code with God. Okay? There's hell coming to this earth. A judgment is coming for all the disobedience, the debauchery, the evil. This place makes Sodom and Gomorrah look like paradise. And it's time we took a stand. And this is how we do it. In our Hebrew and Bible Academy, I need your support, folks. I need your support. And even if you have someone who doesn't believe, have them come in. Okay? Just give them one session and say, you don't believe? Just come on in and just check it out. Because it's not exactly what you think when we open up this Bible, folks. Okay? When we open up this Bible, all that is and what's current comes to life. So let me go into a few things real quick to show you what we'll be talking about, and then I'm going to jump right into it. How you doing, Elder Lawyer? How you doing? Well?
Yes, sir. Shalom. I'm doing very well.
Shalom, Elder Lawyer. I hope you're ready for the broadcast. I'm chopping at the bit, but let me let the brothers and sisters know what's in store starting December 4th, Hebrew and Bible Academy, okay?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
You go right here to historytimes.org. Go right there, and you can hit this button right here that says click to enroll. It's that simple. Quite inexpensive, a very cheap class, and I guarantee you will have more information when it comes to real-time events, Hebrew, history, understanding the narrative of the Bible. You'll have more understanding of the Bible in 3 months than you have had in one session. In one session, not the 3 months. In one session, all the days of your life learned under any religion, and we'll guarantee it. One session. The first week, the creation of the universe, is more understanding that you'll have on how all things came to be and why we're here than at any time under any religion. I don't care if you're New Age. I don't care if you're Christian, Muslim. I don't care if you're Jewish. I guarantee you come up in this academy and you get some get right. Okay? It's every Sunday because Sunday is our first day of the week for school. It's not our Sabbath, all right? The first day of the week for school. That's why we have it on Sundays. Sunday is not the Lord's day. Sunday is the first day of the week, which opens us up to be able to teach. That's right. On the first day of the week, the same way they have set up this structure for Monday, which is actually the second day. But they set that up as the first day of the business week, okay? Well, our Sunday is the first day of our week because Sabbath is when we rest and teach. Get your Sunday dose. Hebrew and Bible Academy starts on Sunday, December 4th, 9 a.m. New York time. Learn your original Hebrew. On the ground news, and we do have some on the ground news from South Africa with Elder Lawyer this coming academy. You don't want to miss that. And hey, it's going to be big time because the people in Africa are waking up. They're waking up. December 4th, 9 a.m., Ancient History and Bible Studies. All new updated lessons. That's right. And we'll make sure the PDFs and all our documents are sent to your email to follow us flawlessly. And the only thing you would have to do is have a pad and pen, probably a cup of coffee or some tea in front of you, and enjoy your Sunday getting filled with the knowledge of the Almighty. And I'm going to tell you, folks, it's nothing like it. And we have brand new lessons, December 4th. Get your Sunday morning dose. All right. We're going to go into brand new in-depth lessons. Check this out. Y'all going to love this. Polygamy and Israelite culture. So, what are people's thoughts people's thoughts on polygamy? What does that have to do with the Bible? When was it practiced? Is it a practice that we're supposed to be dealing with now? That and more. Polygamy and Israelite culture. Next, the judgment of Sodom and Gomorrah. What will happen to America as an extension of Sodom and Gomorrah spiritually for promoting perversion? So we're going to show you what happened in Sodom and Gomorrah. We're going to give you the history to prove that archaeologically Sodom and Gomorrah happened. And guess what? They know this. They're over there in the area and they know exactly where Sodom and Gomorrah was utterly destroyed. Historically, I have the proof. I have the books. And they're purposely sealing that information to stoke unbelief throughout the earth, to make everyone believe that the Bible archaeology never existed. They're keeping the truth of the Bible's archaeological history from the mainstream schools. And this is why unbelief, Sodom and Gomorrah, and evil have permeated throughout all the earth with no fear of God, because they're trying to make people believe that history, thousands of years of history that most civilizations knew, never existed. But by doing so, there's no fear of God. So we're going to bring back that history, archaeology, go into the areas of Israel and other areas to prove to you that they're keeping this under the lid. The fact that the Bible stories are true, including Sodom and Gomorrah. See, they don't want you to know about Sodom and Gomorrah because God destroyed it for its evil by fire. And that's the judgment that's coming to modern day Sodom and Gomorrah. Okay? All this 1,000 gender stuff and all this other stuff, folks, it didn't start here in America. There's evil spirits that have always existed, that have crept into our educational system, our religious systems. And I'm going to tell you, those spirits are still here. Okay? They're still in the earth teaching the same evil that led to the people dying back then, knowing their judgment. We wrestle not with flesh and blood, folks. You think you had an election yesterday? Guess what? Those people aren't running anything. There's ancient old spirits that are behind it all. And that and more is what we're going to be going into. Okay. The judgment of Sodom and Gomorrah and the life and acts of the apostles. Now, there's another lesson I'm going to do specifically for, in this lesson, never been taught. Who is the Jew? There's so many questions out there, historical, otherwise. White people, how can white people being from an entirely different genetic be Jewish people? How can black people who thought they were African American now claim to be Israelites? There's a conflict there. There's a conflict. What? No one wants to have the conversation publicly. You rather deny, you rather deflect, you'll rather label each other or come against each other instead of having a historical conversation that does what? That's right, hit the bullseye. And you're going to find out that that conversation is being, it's actually getting evaded intentionally. Intentionally. Because it will what? It would arise too many questions, not just in the minds of Israelites or Jewish people. It would also stoke conversation amongst people who are Gentiles. They would have to rethink everything if what they've been told about us is incorrect. That means they would have to go back and rewrite history if the claims that black people as Israelites are true. And I don't think they want to be bothered with that. So they'll rather do what? Put labels or to attack people or others just to avoid the conversation. I don't blame them. I don't blame them. I don't blame them. Because in the Bible, it tells us their conspiracy in Psalms 83 to say, let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel be no more in existence. Now, it had to be talking about us knowing we're Israel, because why? There's other people claiming to be Israel with no pushback. So obviously, there's a conversation amongst all Gentile nations colluding together, possibly, allegedly, to keep that out of our educational systems. And again, more of a need for the Hebrew Bible Academy so that we can get the information to teach our children correctly. All right? So, and we're going to have the collusion between Esau and Ishmael, the life and death of the Acts of the Apostles, and yes, more and more, the collusion between Esau and Ishmael, the Arabs and Rome, colliding on us to destroy us on either side through Christianity and Islam, which Christianity in the Bible is okay. But guess what? The Christianity that we see today isn't Christianity at all. It's Mithraism. It's Mithraism. That's right. It's a new made religion from ancient Babylon restructured by Rome. That and more in the Hebrew Bible Academy. Nothing like this is in the earth. And I hope you brothers and sisters are there. HistoryTimes.org. Let's go. Jumping right in. Okay. Jumping right in here. Okay. Without any further ado, Elder Lawyer, I have some particular videos that I would like to listen. I'd like you and I to listen to together. I never tell Elder Lawyer exactly what I'm going to talk about. I want him to spontaneously come in and just give his, his perspective biblically or otherwise, right? Yes. The business of being an Israelite is our topic tonight. And folks, I would like to open this up for early commentary because folks, if you don't think it's business, it's business. The business of being an Israelite. Now, why did I frame it this way? Well, folks, in light of Kyrie Irving in light of Kyrie Irving, in light of my brother Nick Cannon, and how he was raked to the coals, forced to apologize by claiming his true heritage. Ice Cube, who now with the knowledge of himself came with others with a plan for Black America. You have to realize in that plan, it was with the knowledge of who he is now, understanding the power of coming together under a law like others can do without pushback. Right? Why can't our community mimic the other communities, even the Hasidic or Jewish communities? Why don't we use that as a model to change the view of the Black community? Because that model has nothing to do with race more so than a culture that came out of the Torah. Why can't we do business like they do business? Is that a threat to the status quo? What I found, Elder Lawyer, is that, and this is the truth, what I find with what's going on with Kyrie Irving, what's going on, that's right, with Kanye West finding out he's Israel, that this thing called freedom we're taught is a bold-faced lie. It seems as if we're the only people who believe in God and Christ cannot practice the freedom of religion like any other race of people. Folks, I need y'all to understand how deep this is. I need you to understand how deep this is. We don't really have the freedom of religion. Now, just because you disagree with it doesn't mean that that I'm racist or I hate other people. We're the only people where they have the religious construct so tight that if you don't believe the religions that they've given us, like Democrat or Republican, Israel, hold up, Christianity or Islam, that you cannot really practice a freedom of religion unless it's what they've given us to keep us in a box. As if their business was actually established on keeping us in the dark. Is that their business? What business do they have trying to stifle the fact that our people are coming to the knowledge of being Hebrews or Israelites? They wouldn't say something to this degree unless it was disturbing their business. So let's talk about that, because that's the only reason one of the conclusions I can come to now on how they're reacting to someone just putting up a tweet. Now, I showed this a few weeks ago, and it's timely that we'll put this before you right now. It's not as if the dominant society don't know about our people being Hebrews. This is the WJC. What's the WJC, folks? The WJC is an actual, quote unquote, Jewish circulation online. See? But here, it tells us the Limba tribe in South Africa has, now I would have to push back at this word here because this ish thing I have a problem with. They're from the tribe of Levi. They have roots, genetic tests reveal. So this is science here. And their roots, these black men right here from the Limba tribe, has DNA linked to the tribe of Levi, the same tribe Moses and Aaron came out of. Now, I disagree with some of their attire, But all in all, the bloodline, their genetics, you cannot lie about their genetics. But I don't think it's good business teaching this in our black schools. Teaching this as a way to fix the culture of a destroyed community. I don't think it's good business for them, because it's not as if they don't have the science to teach this. They would rather teach gender neutrality and sexuality and all types of nonsense in our schools. But here it is. Why can't this be a study amongst blacks in our community? Information that even the elite, powerful of their people understands. Why would they put this under wraps? This is a what? This is a serious finding that's getting suppressed. It's not like they didn't tell us March 2010. But yet they're going to ostracize a brother for actually tweeting exactly what they understood for years. And well before 2010. The business of being an Israelite. So we're going to talk about this real quick. We're going to talk about this. But before we talk about this, okay, I'm going to bring in either side of this tonight. I'm going to bring in either side of this tonight. Right? The business of being an Israelite. Okay, here's a circulation. AP Associated Press. Let me get this out of the way because I don't want to see that. AP Associated Press. Wizards forward. DJ weighs in on Irving situation. So here's a Jewish basketball player's perspective on Kyrie Irving posting a tweet. Now, mind you, folks, that's what I'm saying. It's something got to be deeper than what they're stating here. To the degree that they got to jump all over this thing to make him an example so that anyone in position will know, for no reason can you practice the freedom of religion looking into your true history as a people. They'll stop the whole organization before they will allow, I'm talking about basketball and everything, before they will allow this to go unchecked. They'll slow it all down before they would allow this to become mainstream conversation amongst the masses. And I'm going to ask you, Elder Lawyer, as we go, why? Why would they go through so much to stop a tweet from being, as they claim, promoted? As if they have to be the vanguard. And they have to say on how we should communicate with each other historically. That means we need permission from them to practice our freedom of religion and look into our history. So let's see what he has to say. Jewish wizards, and they're leading with this, and that's how you know this is deep. It's very rare you hear any race of people or any ethnicity, if they want to call themselves or whatever, where it's led with their religion or their race. That's just like saying out of nowhere, Russian forward weighs in on Irvin's suspicion. German forward weighs in on Irvin's situation. Christian forward weighs in on Irvin's situation. Right? Muslim forward weighs in on Irvin's situation. Boy, there must be something to this. A Jewish forward for the Washington Wizards, Denai Avdija, I hope I'm I'm not butchering his name, was naturally going to be asked about Kyrie Irving, especially when his team finished playing against the Brooklyn Nets. Right? Ava DJ said Friday night he tries to stay positive in the face of anti-Semitism. Now, no one still have told us exactly what did Kyrie Irving do wrong. What did he say that have led to such attention and such reprimanding? No one ever said it yet. But whatever Kyrie Irving did was anti-Semitism. So whatever that is, no one can do this. Black people cannot put up something that has the history of our people being the children of Israel and have history showing them in a negative light during a time where our people were serving slavery. That can't happen. And I'm talking about well before 1930, well before Hitler, there was history of human genocide. So no one can talk about this as if history started in the 1930s. So I wonder what Ava DJ have to say about the connection of people and having their hand in destroying our people during slavery. But no one will ask that question. The 21-year-old from Israel spoke for a few minutes in the Washington locker room. So this is what gives him credibility. Because he was born in the land of Israel. But what about in the 1920s? Where was your forefathers? And I'm saying that to say, let's not just talk about how this tweet makes you feel. Let's have the conversation so that you'll know how we feel about what has happened and what continues to happen to us. No one ever asked him those questions. And speaking of it, let's go into it. Kyrie Irving has something to say, Elder Lawyer. Let's hear it.
It's unfortunate timing that we're in, but I'm glad that I could stand on the truth because I'm not afraid of these mics, these cameras. I used to be looking everyone in the eye and telling them the truth, and I'm proud of who I am. Any label that you put on me, I'm able to dismiss because I studied. I know the Oxford Dictionary, you look it up, right? Just one of the biggest mistakes I had in being a kid was not knowing European or Western language until I started looking it up and understanding the definitions and why they say, if you want to trick a black person, put it in the book. I was wondering my whole life why they said that. Now I'm 30 years old and I know reading is a superpower because it helps me understand where I'm going and where I come from. It's like a tree with roots.
Now, I'm glad he said that, Elder Lawyer. That if you want to fool a black man, the only thing you'd have to do is put the true history in a book. Right? It was in the book the whole time. Number one, Elder Lawyer, the Bible. The other thing, I've shown in our Hebrew and Bible Academy, Elder Lawyer, white papers from Oxford, Cambridge, that chronicled the original religions that were here during colonial times in America. That the majority of the Christian belief of blacks were understanding that we were Hebrews, we were Israelites. And that's in their white papers. It's in their white papers. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to cover that in the academy too. And I'm going to bring that back out. That they were hanging people in the 1700s. A black man was hung in the 1700s because he was converting white people into understanding that the people that's coming off the slave ships were from the tribes of Israel, fulfilling the curse of Deuteronomy 28. And they hung that man. And where did I get that information from? I got that information from Cambridge University. Not a black college. And what they don't want to tell people is Black Wall Street was a product of these black pastors who knew they were Hebrews, who controlled their own communities and were trying to create their own economy. They were mimicking exactly what was going on amongst, quote unquote, what they thought or witnessed allegedly was the Jewish people in their economy in New York. But they weren't doing it because to try to mimic Jewish people. They were looking in the law, the Bible, on how we must interact with each other as a society. And that would have disrupted the status quo of Wall Street. So we weren't mimicking them more so than not just being spiritual, going into the law on how to understand how to do commerce one with another. What's going on over in Wall Street and these other things and how they are trading with each other, it's all in the Bible, folks. It's in Cambridge University. I have the white papers where they know that those black people weren't just some black people trying to make black Wall Street, that they understood they were on code as Israelites. So maybe, Elder Lawyer, dealing with the business of being an Israelite, this is why they'll be so hell-bent in coming against this brother simply for a tweet. What are your thoughts?
I think if we're to look, I can give speculation as to why they're coming after him. And I think the only thing we can do at this point is speculate, because he hasn't said anything or did not say anything verbally. He did not say anything written outside of just posting a link. So at this point, everything that has happened after that, and the reason why they're doing it outside of just the label, which really is a misnomer. To label someone anti, we know the word that they're using, but to label someone as that is a misnomer, because we know that Shem, who was the son of Noah, from whom we get the term Semitic, was the father of many various nations, including the Arabs, including Palestinians, including the Jordanians, including the Israelites, as well as the Europeans, to Esau. So he's the father of many nations. So it's impossible, or it's a misnomer, rather, to label someone anti-Semitic based upon them being or claiming that they're against one of the families of Shem. And there's nothing that he has posted that, or anything that he has said that points to him being against this particular family of Shem. So at this point, we can only speculate as to why they're levying this against him. My speculation is that that being in the timing, or off the back of what Brother Ye said and what he was putting out there, for Kanye or for Kyrie to come behind that with a documentary that can actually put forward some information to prove some of the things that Brother Ye was saying as far as his heritage. I believe that sparked an alarm. Because now you have two very influential men in two different arenas of society who, one is stating that he is a son of the 12 tribes of Israel, and then one posts a documentary which presents information, historical information, which could prove that, to even strengthen the claims of what Brother Ye said in passing. So I think that was an alarm to them, and it let them know that, listen, they have to hold the horses and slow things up so that this information don't get out there to the masses, which it did. It already happened, and they can't pull it back. So, but outside of that, really, it's just speculation as to why they're coming down this strong and giving him this labels, because there's nothing he has said verbally that has warranted this response.
Well, it's deep. I'm glad you weighed in on that, Elder Lawyer. It's one thing I want to harp on real quick before I play this brother's Jason Williams perspective on what he's witnessing behind the scenes with ESPN and otherwise concerning Kyrie Irving, and how there's so much blowback for this man for a tweet. And what he did wasn't in comparison of some of these starch racists who are still working and are celebrated by the dominant society. Why there wasn't so much smoke for these other guys, and why is so much I mean, they're trying to ruin these black men, right? So I think that when Kyrie Irving said that he's not afraid, I believe that that was his way of saying not that I'm afraid.
Yeah.
But I'm sensing that you people are afraid.
Right.
What are you afraid of? So I think that was the unsaid message there, that he's not afraid. But why should they be afraid, lawyer, is a question I want you to answer at the end of this as we go through it. Why are they afraid of some of us actually doing this? And next, going into history, guess what? Someone should be able to study history even if it's wrong, even if it's incorrect.
Right.
Even if another group of people are uncomfortable with it, we should have the freedom to do it. Which leads us, Elder Lawyer, maybe we don't have as much freedom as we think. Maybe the freedom thing they're telling us never existed. Because they told us we had the freedom of religion. Why can't I practice freely, me being an Israelite, even if it makes you uncomfortable? I mean, hey, you had the freedom to tell us that Christopher Columbus discovered America, while there were people, the 10 tribes of Israel, Gadites, and other people here on the land which you so-called discovered. You had the freedom to teach that lie that made us uncomfortable. So, Elder Lawyer, I'm starting to understand, right? The modern day whip is their economics. That's their modern day whip for buck breaking black men. We'll give you access, but our modern day whip isn't like it used to be, to have a public shaming. It's putting you in the poorhouse. And what's great about this, because if they had the opportunity, they would go right back to the old whip. The difference, Elder Lawyer, is the fact that everyone can see this unfolding all at once and weigh in on it. Different than the plantation, in which you can actually do what? Deal with inhumane practices and whip us in the confines of a few people on the plantation who's witnessing black men being emasculated. See? If you can do it in the privacy of a plantation, when all your friends come over, there's nothing but you can do. You can tie him up in a room and make everyone believe, or tie him up, or put a shirt on him and heal him to make everyone believe that you have a good old Christian plantation and you treat your slaves better than everyone else. But now it's a little different. They used to be able to just put the buck away, but made that example for what? A small exclusive group of people to keep control on a plantation. But we're living in the information age now. We're in the information age where now, guess what, folks? When someone is being buck broken, everyone can see that it's buck breaking, and your freedoms mean nothing. And no one is asking those basketball players from Israel or Jewish people the questions. The real questions out there is, do we have the freedom to be an Israelite without you getting offended? And if not, why? Because now maybe there's a point of view you can bring forth that we can come to an equal medium. But they don't even want the conversation had, is the problem. Jason Williams. Check it out, Elder Lawyer. Now, this East Indian by the name of Shams Charania, and I don't know how this guy has become some type of journalist for the sports. They're pushing all these people on us with these different religions from other places and giving them some authority to speak on our issues. But I digress. This guy probably can't even. This guy probably he can't even shoot a free throw, but yet they have him, right, reporting on us. Folks, they done pulled out all the stops. All right, I'm gonna tell you. Believe it or not, I wouldn't believe. Listen, I wouldn't be surprised if the lawyer if they go find a midget pygmy to be over us next. Now, sources: NBA Commissioner Adam Silver and Kyrie Irving met this morning, and the sides had a productive and understanding visit, paving the way for the Nets and their suspended star to work through his steps on a potential path forward. Oh, isn't that nice that we're going to put this kid in his place? We have to make sure that this kid understands the way he needs to walk going forward. And how dare, if we don't make an example of him, then what happens to the next generation of those who are on the auction block? I mean, who are in the lottery coming into their sport. But I digress. Jason Williams, tell me what you think about this, Elder Lawyer.
On points.
Every day of my life, I approach it with a state of empathy, right? Regardless of what color, what creed, what...
Hey, folks, y'all doing a great job. Man, we're about to jump into it. I need right now 100 people to hit the like for me real quick. Let's get 100 people real quick to hit the like for me. Come on, help us out. 100 people. Let's do it. You know we're getting shadow banned here.
What race you are, I look at people as human beings. I think that's important. But life is always about taking a stand and holding principles. So I want to explain what I feel like my stance is as a Black male in this world, okay? And conversations that I've had with
fair use,
my brothers and sisters in the Black community.
Fair use. What is this stance for our people in the Black community?
And I want you guys to empathize with it and hear me on it. So when I hear what Kyrie Irving has to go through in order to be reinstated, I'm appalled. I'm appalled. And let me give you examples of how I feel like we don't have the same energy and hold other people who have dealt with racial tropes accountable. So when Sarah Silverman does blackface, or when Don Imus says nappy-headed hose, or when Howard Stern calls somebody the N-word in the skit, or when Brett Favre takes money from the state of Mississippi, we don't ask them to get sensitivity training. We don't ask them to donate $500,000. We don't ask them to meet with the Black National Caucus. They apologize, and then you know what? The rest of the world moves on. But what I feel like is happening here, and that's how in the Black community, like we've been told that's how the process works, right? Think about that, Bert. That's how the process works. Oh, somebody does a blackface. Oh, it was a misunderstanding. We got it. Okay. You know, is that person really racist? Probably not. Was it ignorant? Probably so. Okay. We understand it. We move forward. We don't like it. We would love to hold them accountable. But society and having a lot of Black people in positions of power, we don't have the governability to do that. But what we feel like happens with Kyrie is even after an apology, it's not enough. We feel like there needs to be more. And a lot of people I've spoken to over the last couple of days talk about this thing. Older mentors of mine talk about buck breaking. So we talk about tropes. This is something that we feel like in the Black community that happened way back in the day, where if there was a slave that was defiant, right, he got broken in front of everybody in order to show that he was not in a position of power. And that at the end of the day, he had to do what he was told to do because that's what was mandated of him. And there's a bigger situation going on. What's happening with Kyrie Irving? If the Nets don't want him to be there, just say you don't want him to be there. But we should hold everybody accountable. even owners of teams accountable with things that are happening in other countries, i.e. China and Uyghurs and the Muslim genocide that is occurring that we hear Enes Kanter talk about. But we don't keep the same energy for everybody. We pick and choose what conversational points we want to make more polarizing. And I might lose my job. I might lose deal opportunities in the future for speaking.
Now, they say he may lose his job. I'm going to go right back at that. But there's a point that came out that I didn't think about, Elder Lawyer. And I would like to just highlight this before I listen to the rest of this brother, Jason Williams. I think that's his name. And you know what? First of all, I would like to commend him. Hats off to him. Mitri off to him. I'm going to tell you right now, he know that he's stepping out of bounds and he's doing it, in the most non-offending way, but still, he's doing this under a serious social environment that might lead to him being fired. And he know this, but he's saying it anyway. So first of all, I'd like to commend him for that. And it gives me, it's like a breath of fresh air that I know brothers are talking, including other basketball players in sports, not just in basketball, but football too. But since one thing he said was, they don't have this same smoke for everyone else. And Elder Lawyer, right now there's something going on that should be on the news every day that's getting swept right up under the rug. Dan Snyder, the owner of the former Washington Redskins, the latest name they've come up with is the Washington Commanders. He's Jewish, right? But that don't have anything to do with it. But I would like to highlight it since they're in their news articles, they're actually putting, someone's religion, as a qualifier for them. So I'm just going to put it out there to let people know. Okay, Dan Snyder, Jewish. He's right now under fire and is working on selling the team to Jeff Bezos and a team, quote unquote, of buyers that Jay-Z would bring in to actually buy the team. Now, a lot of you haven't even heard this. Folks, I keep my ear to the ground prophetically because I understand what's going on here. But they've kept that totally quiet. Why? Because there's sexual allegations that are out there that can be proven, that would make him guilty. And the worst he has to do, after tarnishing the shield of the NFL, is sell the team so it'll go away. And now, not just one sexual allegation that's a possibility. An investigation was ongoing about other women and others who are under some level of sexual harassments. Who know what they'll do? Maybe they'll settle out of court, make it quiet, give them a good pay, and let them go away. But folks, this didn't just happen in Washington, D.C. How do you know this? Teams have to travel from state to state and even over the pond, England, to play football. So which means whatever transgressions Dan Snyder was a part of was out of state and out of country, which would be what? Across state or country lines, which would lead to RICO charges if you're R. Kelly. If they can prove these transgressions happen to more than one person across and out of state, now you're breaking federal law, RICO law, according to the rules for our people. But yet no one is talking about this. Why? But you want to talk about a tweet. And you know why they do it's done, Elder Lawyer? Because we allow them to continually have us live under this double standard, blatant standard. One rule for them and one rule for us. And because we play the game when they looking to demonize us, to throw our own people out and side with them against our own people. But you know what? That day is coming to a close. Unless it's across the board, we'll handle our people amongst our people, and we'll choose. We'll choose the judgment on our own people without you demonizing us, because what? You don't play the game fair. Okay? Dan Snyder have way more power and influence and money to do more damage than R. Kelly, but yet, only thing he have to do is what? Sell the team? Where's his RICO charges? And not that I'm defending R. Kelly. It has nothing to do with that. I'm showing you the hypocrisy. The hypocrisy. And he's saying, yeah, we had some old satanic redneck get on TV and call our sisters nappy-headed hoes. Mm-hmm. On a nationally broadcast, folks, corporate-backed program. So, brothers and sisters, why am I putting this out there? Well, they put out stories that are going to have us look at our people in a negative light. We must now understand every story they put out on us is to hurt us. And we're not to carry their water or their sentiments and have that conversation amongst ourselves, them shaping the ideas of how we should view ourselves. Anything they report, we have to take with a grain of salt and say, you know what? There must be more to it than what they're bringing forth. They're trying to make me look at my brother or sister wrong. I'm not going to do that because I'm not there. I'm not going to let them shape the idea of how we should see each other anymore, or how we should view each other anymore. These satanic evildoers, they'll have it where music that actually bring forth good memories, folks, is no longer able to have access to, because why? They demonize us against a person. Well, we're going to take them off of this stream. We're going to do this. We'll do the same thing for Elvis, the pedophile. Jerry Lee Lewis, the pedophile. Hold up, Elder Lawyer. I showed this in the academy, but I got to show this real quick. Let me type this in. Jerry Lee Lewis, 13-year-old cousin. Jerry Lee Lewis, 13-year-old cousin. There you go. Where's his RICO charges? He married his 13-year-old cousin. He did. Ain't no claims explored. He did. 13-year-old cousin. Great balls of fire. And we're going to allow them. Let me tell you. R. Kelly should be serving 1 day in jail. Not 1 day. Not 1 day. You know how they were able to pull this off? By having our own people demonize him so that now his own children cannot get access to $1 billion catalog. And they're going to be people like this people looking like this and their children spending the future that belongs to R. Kelly's children. If you think this have anything to R. Kelly, you got another thing coming. They're going to be people like this spending R. Kelly's future. So they're trying to take his catalog so his children are broke, thrown back into what? Into the outhouse with the rest of us. Let's get back to it. Let's get back to it.
Out about even the platforms that continue to promote and profit a movie that is considered anti-Semitic to billions of people. They don't have to be accountable. Who is accountable? But we're going to put everything on the shoulders of Kyrie Irving, who, even though he said, I cannot be anti-Semitic because if I know where I came from, stating that he's one of the 4 lost tribes.
Don't worry about it, brother. I'll get you together. The 12 lost tribes of Israel. And I know exactly where they are in the earth. Even in Asia, I know that the Filipinos, the Cambodians, and all those who they would call Asian rejects are really from the land of Samaria. They're from the 10 tribes also. The 12 lost tribes of Israel.
He's saying that blacks and Jews come from the same entity, the same thing. But we don't want to understand nuance. We want to be triggered by words, and we like fire, and we like things that are, going viral on social media, and everybody has some kind of hot take, and we're calling people idiots, and we're calling people names, because that's what we do. We just destroy each other. I ain't gonna destroy each other, man. I'm not gonna do that. Is Kyrie Irving anti-Semitic? Hell no. Could he have gone about it maybe a different way? That's what I would have advised him to do. But I'm not gonna let you guys sit out here and make this dude out to be like he is a villain, like he is a bad person. He is looking to explore his heritage. Now, you can crucify me if you want. I don't give a damn anymore. It's time for people to start speaking out with nuance and speaking out on the principles they stand for. That's all I'll say.
And see, Jay Williams brought up something that I'm very...
Holding principles. So I want to explain what I feel like my stance is as a black male in this world, okay? And conversations that I've had
Fair
with
use.
my brothers and sisters in the black community. And I want you guys to empathize with it and hear me on it. So when I hear what Kyrie Irving has to go through in order to be reinstated, I'm appalled. I'm appalled. And let me give you examples of how I feel like we don't have the same energy and hold other people who have dealt with racial tropes accountable. So when Sarah Silverman does blackface, or when Don Imus says nappy-headed hose, or when Howard Stern calls somebody the N-word in the skit, or when Brett Favre takes money from the state of Mississippi, we don't ask them to get sensitivity training. We don't ask them to donate $500,000. We don't ask them to meet with the Black National Caucus. They apologize, and then, you know what? The rest of the world moves on. But what I feel like is happening here, and that's how in the black community, like we've been told that's how the process works, right? Think about that, Bert. That's how the process works. Oh, somebody does a blackface. Oh, it was a misunderstanding. We got it. Okay. Is that person really racist? Probably not. Was it ignorant? Probably so. Okay. We understand it. We move forward. We don't like it. We would love to hold them accountable. But society and having a lot of black people in positions of power, we don't have the governability to do that. But what we feel like happens with Kyrie is even after an apology, it's not enough. We feel like there needs to be more. And a lot of people I've spoken to over the last couple of days talk about this thing. Older mentors of mine talk about buck breaking. So we talk about tropes. This is something that we feel like in the black community that happened way back in the day, where if there was a slave that was defiant, right, he got broken in front of everybody in order to show that he was not in a position of power. And that at the end of the day, he had to do what he was told to do because that's what was mandated of him. And there's a bigger situation going on. What's happening with Kyrie Irving? If the Nets don't want him to be there, just say you don't want him to be there. But we should hold everybody accountable, even owners of teams accountable, with things that are happening in other countries, i.e. China and Uyghurs and the Muslim genocide that is occurring, that we hear Enes Kanter talk about. But we don't keep the same energy for everybody. We pick and choose what conversational points we want to make more polarizing. And I might lose my job. I might lose deal opportunities in the future for speaking out about even the platforms that continue to promote and profit a movie that is considered anti-Semitic to billions of people. They don't have to be accountable. Who is accountable? But we're going to put everything on the shoulders of Kyrie Irving, who, even though he said, I cannot be anti-Semitic because if I know where I came from, stating that he's one of the 4 lost tribes. He's saying that blacks and Jews come from the same entity, the same thing. But we don't want to understand nuance. We want to be triggered by words, and we like fire, and we like things that are, going viral on social media, and everybody has some kind of hot take, and we're calling people idiots, and we're calling people names, because that's what we do. We just destroy each other. I ain't gonna destroy each other, man. I'm not gonna do that. Is Kyrie Irving anti-Semitic? Hell no. Could he have gone about it maybe a different way? That's what I would have advised him to do. But I'm not gonna let you guys sit out here and make this dude out to be like he is a villain, like he is a bad person. He is looking to explore his heritage. Now, you can crucify me if you want. I don't give a damn anymore. It's time for people to start speaking out with nuance and speaking out on the principles they stand for. That's all I'll say.
And see,
Elder Lawyer, it seemed as if what they're saying, without saying anything, they're trying to claim that they're looking to get in front of any destructive or hate ideology, quote unquote. Yeah. To get in front of it. What is this, pre-crime? What, right? It's like we're gonna do something in hopes that someone else don't do anything to us in the future. What type of madness is this? While we're being impressed upon as we speak, they're putting something out there in case someone thinks of doing something against them. Crazy. Now, Elder Lawyer, I gotta ask the question because there's some destructive ideology that's being taught from the Talmud.
Absolutely.
If you want to get in front of ideology, maybe what we are experiencing by all people, including others who you can't speak about, maybe the ideology that they really think about us behind closed doors is what we are experiencing negatively in our community without them saying it. So I can expect them to try to get in front of how we think because they understand the power of a destructive ideology. Even when they compare it to the ideology or when they talk about the ideology that led to Hitler and Nazism. Okay, they want to get in front of those ideas. Well, suppose those same ideas are deeply rooted in their religious beliefs and no one is talking about it.
Right.
Shouldn't we have a discussion and say that we need to look behind the curtains with what your rabbis believe and bring that out because maybe they won't say they feel a certain type of way about us, but if this is what they believe, they'll shape a narrative to deal with us from a destructive standpoint because they think as our people less than. Not all, but if the ideology is deeply rooted within their religion, shouldn't we highlight that and say, well, it's nothing personal, but I'm sure what your rabbis are teaching could have us have our people in the ghetto or in the hood be viewed in a negative light. And even from a religious standpoint. Like, let's give you some examples of destructive ideology. Thank you, Elder Lawyer. This was put together for the Academy, and we're going to go more into that when it comes to talking about ideologies of Israelites. An ideology that also is when in some different factions of Judaism for those who respect and follow the Talmud, the Babylonian Talmud. Now, let me make it clear. Maybe this is what they are afraid of, Elder Lawyer. Maybe they believe every Israelite hate white people, or every Israelite has a problem with other races of people based on their anecdotal experience with Israelites who speak on the street. And maybe they believe that that's the only belief or ideology of Israelites exists, which is what? That's outright disrespectful and condescending. We're not one big Negro. And they don't even have the respect to inquire on whether or not whether or not there's more people who are Israelites that are practicing to make our what? Our communities better, like their communities are. And it's disrespectful that they're looking at it from strictly a you're going to hate me angle. And that's what we have to get in front of. We as Israelites aren't doing this to hate other people. We're doing this to fix our communities because God said we must come back before we're all destroyed. Christianity didn't work. Islam hasn't worked. And they've been able to exploit our brothers and sisters who are walking in ignorance, who don't know that we are actually living in a subhuman way due to our disconnect from God. And maybe they like us being viewed this way. I don't know. But it's outright disrespectful and condescending to believe that all Israelites are Israelites because they want to hate white people. There's no such thing as a black man becoming Hitler. We don't have the government. We don't have the power to exercise Nazism. So let's get that off the table. What happened in Germany, all due respect, guess what? And I don't agree with it, but guess what? That happened over there with the Germans, and I believe that y'all should get right with the Germans. But let's not muddy the waters and try to shoehorn Kanye West and Kyrie Irving into Nazism with something that happened over there while our people were suffering a genocide by all people right here in America. So since we're going into ideologies, let's go into some of the negative ideologies that a lot of people probably don't even know that's being taught from the Talmud. Now, let's go through it. Tract Kalah 3 and 4, Talmud. The bold face, R. Eleazar said, is the B word. It says bastard, the son of Nadab, said R. Joshua, R. Akiba said, hold on, let me get it. Said, listen. Both a bastard and a son of Nadab. The elders were once sitting in the gate. When two lads passed by, one covered his head and the other uncovered his head. Of him who covered his head, R. Eleazar remarked that he is a bastard. R. Joshua remarked that he is the son of a Nadab. Akita said that he is both a bastard and the son of a Nadab. Now you probably wonder, brothers and sisters, why this is so degrading in ideology. This is something that comes from the Talmud, speaking negatively of the one that we praise and believe in wholeheartedly by the name of Jesus Christ, or Yeshua in the Hebrew. Mm-hmm. So how can they boldly say this against our Lord and Savior in some of their religious texts and have this not be deemed, and we on the other side not deem this destructive ideology against those who would believe in Christ if this is how they think? Now, do all of them think of this? No, I don't believe that. I won't indict one group of people as much as I would allow them to indict us as Israelites, because there's different doctrines. I'm not saying that all of them believe this, but it's within their religious construct. They're raised with the Talmud, who view our Lord and Savior this way. Is that a destructive ideology? And how can I trust, if you've been taught that, how can I trust how you interact with Christians? How can I trust that? How can I trust how you would interact with a black Christian if this is what you say in private concerning our Lord and Savior? But they don't say this when they're in our Christian churches saying support Israel and all this. He was like Christ. They never tell us that this is some of what's in their books. This is not anti-Semitic. This is actually in the Talmud. Here's another one.
And if I can mention very quickly before you go to the next one,
yes,
just to make something clear, that word nadah, that means a woman who is on her menstruation. So they're saying that Christ was born to Mary while she was unclean. And as we're reading this, let's keep in mind that when you go to the book of Luke, the 3rd chapter, it tells us that Christ is a direct descendant of Shem. So I want you all to keep that in mind. So is this anti-Shem, what we're reading?
Yeah. Is this anti-Shem? Is this anti-Semitic that anyone can talk about Christ like this? They saying that Christ was actually born when his mother was he was conceived while she was on her period. And that's in the Talmud. And no one out there is saying that this is destructive ideology that would have their people in private view Christians in a negative light. There's more. Tuladat Yeshu. Tuladat Yeshu. One day, Yeshu, whom they call Jesus, walked in front of the sages with his head uncovered, showing shameful disrespect. At this, the discussion arose as to whether this behavior did not truly indicate that Yeshu was an illegitimate child and the son of a Nadah. An illegitimate child they call Christ in the Talmud. Yeah. See how they want to put that baby mama's claim and she's not clean and all that? That's that whole ideology they've been pushing in the Christian church and have us take it on as doctrine. A mother without a father, all of that. A child without a father, with a mother by themselves being raised and being honored as both parents. That whole ideology is in disdain and disrespect of black men. More.
Let me say this. It goes even more disturbing than that. When you read the one before, obviously we don't have time, but you brothers and sisters need to get into the academy to get this information. When you read the one we read previously all the way through, they claim that because she was on her time of the month, her husband did not lay with her, so she decided to lay with another man.
Oh, let's read that. Let's read that, Elder Lawyer. Maybe I skipped over it. I apologize.
Yeah, so that's why they say he's illegitimate. He's the child of adultery, of an adulterous relationship.
Oh, what they're saying, I skipped that, Elder Lawyer. Thank you. It says, when I entered the bridal chamber, I was Nadah, and my husband kept away from me. But my best man had intercourse with me, and his son was born to me. Consequently, the child was both a bastard and a son of Nadah. Did anyone know that these actual words are in the Talmud? So we're going to get in front of some negative ideology, and I'm just reading the book, folks. Okay, I have records of all the Talmuds on my computer at the church. And I'm talking about the authentic old ones. I have it on my computer. All the Talmud. And there's some disturbing things that's within those records concerning not just Christ, but how Goy or Gentiles are viewed by their hierarchy and how blacks are viewed by them within their Talmudic records. Suppose I was reading that out of the Bible concerning them and people they revere and respect. It will be an uproar. And I think, Elder Lawyer, what I'm saying, I think, let me tell you, I'm looking at this. Is not what I've just read right now way worse than a tweet? And I don't even want to talk about what they say about black people in the Talmud. And see, listen, I have interviews, and I'm not saying all of them, and I will never go that way. But I've had interview with rabbis, and rabbis would say, well, we don't really believe the Bible as you say per se. We deal with the oral, understanding through our rabbis. And we may understand the Bible a little different than you. And we have other records like the Talmud. And they'll look at me when I say the Talmud, as if I'm supposed to say, oh, okay, because you're dealing with another record that we're not taught within our churches. Oh, okay, maybe you have some other records, whatever the case, that I must respect on the same level as the Bible, to give you credible reason to utilize the Bible above how we learn and utilize it. That's what they expect us to. But now, if they're viewing our Torah through that, what I've just read, and when they read the Torah, they're seeing something different with Christ. To why he's illegitimate and no one should listen to him. And it's based on the fact that, at the bridal chamber, the best man came in and slept with Mary. Okay? That's disheartening. When I read, and not only that, folks, that's the tip of the iceberg. There's worse things than that in it. But you want to get in front of the ideology that black men may get doing some research on the history of us being Hebrews. That's the ideology you would like to stop and that you would cut off finances and everything for and have it where the man cannot support his own family. That's the ideology you get in front of? Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
Go on. What you have to say on that?
Yeah, well, I think that it's a two-way street that can't be avoided. Us finding out who we are by default leads us to ask questions. If we are this, then who are you? And I think that's a question that it's a rabbit hole that goes very deep. And if we really get into that discussion, then it engender a lot of questions. And
Hold on, I'm listening to you.
Yeah, so it'll gender a lot of questions, but not only will it gender questions, also it will begin to disrupt. It's one thing it coming from us. Again, we have reached quite a few people during the time of this ministry.
Yeah.
You understand? But it's different when it's coming from platforms of people who have touched millions through sports, through music, then sold sneakers, then made movies, it's very different. These ideas coming from people from that platform who in a second, from a tweet, from a comment, from a 10-second video or a clip or an interview, can reach millions of people across the world with this idea. And again, that is very alarming because it causes a paradigm shift. We know that according to the scriptures, it tells us that when Israel fell, the nations began sending gifts one to another. They started celebrating. They started capitalizing on the fall of the people of God. But we see that at the end, as the Spirit of God is now coming upon this people who have been lost, it tells us that this people began to stand up as an exceeding great army, and that all the nations began to be afraid of this army.
Yeah.
Now, we're not saying that, listen, I want to make this very clear. We're not saying that we're an army or anything of that nature. Everything that we're talking about is biblical prophecy as far as what God would do with raising up his people.
Yeah.
But just showing you that these are the ideas that are in the minds of the nations when they see these types of conversations being had, these types of things being just simply alluded to. Again, the man did not say anything. He just pointed to a documentary, just pointed to a link.
Yeah.
You understand? So that in itself shows you the fear of the nations when it comes to this information being out there, and specifically being out there or going out there to the masses.
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking through this document, Elder Lawyer. What a great document. I mean, it actually reveals everything that's going on when it comes to the ideology that's pushed, quietly under that religion. I mean, I'm looking at it, and that, outright in the Sanhedrin 67A 12, it says out there, you can look at it. It says that, oh my goodness, that Mary, the mother of Christ, was prostitute in Sanhedrin 10A 106A and 17. It goes into him being an idolater in the Talmud. So we need to ask these questions. How is some of this ideology affecting how you operate in society when it comes to your interaction with Christians? If this is what you believe concerning Christ, could that go into your I would say interactions with them, the societal interactions with them, if you believe that the person that they honor came into the earth this way? Is that the undertones on how you actually interact with these people in business and otherwise? And I don't even want to go into what it says about black people in the Talmud, folks. It's horrendous. But yet no one is calling them on the carpet for that. Now, there's not too much I can go, because I'm going to save a lot of this for the academy. I'm looking at it. There's so much we didn't go into with this. So I'm going to talk about that in the academy of, the Antichrist type deal that comes with what they believe when it comes to the Talmud in particular. All right. And I don't believe that a lot of them actually read the Talmud. That's more the authoritative side of things. But suppose the children are learning from rabbis who believe this. The ideology is embedded in their culture on how they interact and see us differently and negatively, and could excuse their business practices amongst us. Which leads us, Elder Lawyer, to when I say the business of being an Israelite, it's time that we do, and time that we sit down with the people who have the I would say, the tangibles to do this, and the means and the resources, because we do have a lot of brothers who are in positions that can actually change things. We need to do actual documentaries based on some of the records that I have in Cambridge, with real life stories of our slavery and how the majority of the pastors before the AME church was paid and established as educated house Negroes, which is no different than the HBCUs today, to steer that narrative from blacks being Hebrews. It was the AME church who was paid by the power structure to rebrand Christianity for blacks in America. And we need to do real live, use Cambridge University and all the records that they have concerning all the characters, be it white Christian, white Jewish, blacks, with the actual families, and actually do real life documentaries of the people and our time during there. What happened in Black Wall Street, the fact that it wasn't about economics more so than us being on one code as Israelites. That's right. The pastors who went into that area to develop that all had churches teaching our people that we were, the slaves, that we were from the lost tribes of Israel. And that was before they came up with Black Wall Street. Okay? Because it wasn't about the economic side more so than how we would interact with each other on code according to the law, seeing how it works for them. There's no way we could have accomplished that if one of us thought we was a Nuwabit, and another one thought we was a Christian, and the other one thought that he was a Jew, and the other one thought that he was an Egyptian. So the basis of Black Wall Street first started from us being on code and understanding we're Israel, and understanding the model we see was actually developed out of what? Out of the Torah on how to establish an economic base for ourselves. So we need to look into that and show the real characters. Who was over the auction blocks? Who owned the ships that were carrying us over here? Who was selling the slaves to white Christians? Who owned the bill and the annex and the the annexes and the bill of sales? Who negotiated with the banks and all of that to allow slavery to flawlessly be what? You got it. The beginning of Western civilization. They owe us. And this is why other lawyer, I believe they don't want to go into the Israelite portion, because the Israelite, it ain't just going into who we are. We're going to go into what we've lost and how to actually regain it, not by them, but by our God, by being on code with one another. Because the resources they're utilizing can only happen as long as we come against one another, and they can now siphon everything out of us as we attack one another. It's more so have to do with not them, but how we would interact with one another and be under the hedge of God to change life for ourselves. And I believe, Elder Lawyer, they hate the fact that this is something they can't get in and control and stare back under the control mechanism that's set up to keep us in a box. That's been established to keep us in a box. This is one thing they can't control when we say we're from the tribes of Israel. If anything, it leads to a conversation. So I believe it's time that we take what? We take those who have the means to do it, sit down with the records, and bring forth historical documentary depicting the people as who they are and what they did during the time that our people were suffering genocide and being sold all over the place. And it's not accusing anybody. If there was a Christian white man, we'll show him in the documentary that's actually documented, in the records in Cambridge. If it was a Jewish person who was doing it, we'll show him. If it was a black man who was doing it, or a black man that was sold and black woman was sold, we'll show them in their light, but not as anything other than the titles the Bible gives them. Okay? We'll have it where that's a Hebrew, that's an Israelite being sold, not a Negro, not an African American, not a black. We'll have it with their proper titles. Okay? And I believe we need to get together to do that so that for our children, make small documentaries. Okay? And we can sit down with brothers like Ice Cube, brothers like Kyrie, and say, listen, let's just do our own production. It has nothing to do with talking about them more so than giving our children true history that would have us come together under righteousness so that we don't have to worry about them being thrown in jail, families separating, on drugs. We don't have to worry about the term culture vultures exploiting our degradation. We can get our children at the grassroots understanding that there's consequences for breaking God's law. And this is what separates us from everyone else. This is why everyone else is up here and we're down here. Because we are a people, the children of Israel, in exile without the law, which could do what? Which can bring us together once and for all under God. And that it has little to do with them. Let's focus on getting our family together. And by doing so, a better world comes out of it that benefits all people. Of course, you don't want to see black people continually without family, right? Broke, destitute, and homeless, right? Threatening criminals, right? You don't want to see that. You want to see a society of law followers who can only benefit society where you're no longer threatened by them. Isn't that what white, Chinese, and East Indian Arabs really want? Well, if you want that, you would allow us to have our expression, our freedom of religion, and express that and teach our children the benefit of it. It won't just benefit us, it'll benefit the whole world. But if you don't want us to do this for a better world, I need you all to call in and tell us why. Why are you so afraid of our people coming back to the knowledge of ourselves as Israelites? Right? It's not like you don't know already. It's not like you don't know already. This is 2010. I'm looking right here at a Jewish, right here, circulation. WorldJewishCongress.org. It's not like you don't know already. Limba tribe in South Africa has Jewish roots, genetic test reveals. This is genetics. This is genetics. This is bloodline. That these South Africans are from the tribe of Levi. Direct roots to Aaron and Moses bloodline, the original priests. And the blacks in America are from the tribes of Judah. The reason why my brothers are over in Africa with the bloodline, and we're over here in America with the bloodline, and not together, is because in 70 AD, the Roman Empire came against Jerusalem, sacked Jerusalem, destroyed the temple, took all of our riches out of the temple to build the modern day Roman Vatican. We ran into Africa running from Roman persecution and slavery. And this has nothing to do with our religious belief. This is who we are genetically, and you know it. And you know it. And you know it. Why not allow our children? Why not allow our children to embrace the heritage that has been long overdue for them? Why is that so threatening to other people? Look at the condition of our people in the neighborhoods. And you care about a tweet by Kyrie Irving? He's searching for his history. A history you know exists, but won't allow it to be taught to his children in school. But you know what? It's not upon us to ask them anymore to help us. It's our responsibility to give this back to our children. That's what God wants for us. He wants us to give this to our children because obviously we can't even tweet about it. We can't ask them to help us help our people. There's one other thing, Elder Lawyer, before we open up the lines, and I'm going to let you have the last word. It's time to open up the lines. It's going to be a short night tonight. I want to see real quick what, hold on.
Hello, beautiful.
I want to see what Kyrie Irving has to say real quick. Fair use. I mean, what Nick Cannon has to say. Hold on.
The power to set an
Nick Cannon, fair use. Fair use.
And be pardoned for something that isn't.
He didn't say, no, I'm not anti-Semitic at the press conference.
Here it is. Fair use. Nick Cannon. Shout out to my brother Nick Cannon. Shout out to Cube. Shout out to all of our people who understand. Kyrie Irving. Shout out to Ye. It's time for us to stop asking others for permission to be ourselves. If we have the finances, let's make the proper productions, even in cartoons and all that, so our children can understand that we're from the lost tribes of Israel. Let's do it ourselves. We don't need to ask them for permission anymore. They're here to put everything back in a box. Reprimand us for looking outside of the construct that keeps all other races over us. and then say, let's stick with the status quo. Let's stick with no families in our neighborhoods. Let's stick with us being exploited as drug dealers and exploited as evildoers. Let's keep the status quo where these corporations can continually what? Incentivize themselves off of our degradation. Fair use. Nick Cannon.
Conference. Tell us about that movie. Why he did. He said, stop dehumanizing me. And the movie is saying white Jews invented the Holocaust and 6 million Jews didn't get killed. Okay, I know that isn't right.
Right.
Now he's saying that the documentary says that it didn't happen or whatever the case is. Let's just say that everything they said historically happened exactly how they said it did. Don't people have the right to disagree with it? If it's a lie, you can easily prove and discredit them, which would give your claims more credit. See? And I need y'all to check out the Jedi mind trick, folks. What he's saying is you're not even allowed to say that, even if you don't believe it. Is that true freedom? Why is it when it comes to this part of history, your history, no one can disagree with? And here's the hypocrisy. But yet you can publicly disagree with our history with Kanye West and Kyrie Irving claiming to be Israelites. What's wrong with this picture? No one can question your history on how you claim the Holocaust happened. Okay. Why question their history that they're looking into concerning being Israelites? And guess what? In a free world, you can say what you want and people can disagree with it. In a free world. And guess what? I challenge people to disagree with us being Israelites. That's my challenge. I'm not going to say, well, don't say that, or you anti-Israelite. No. I embrace you disagreeing with it so that the dialogue could happen. Because I know who we are. See? I don't have to say, oh, don't say I'm not an Israelite or you anti-something. Don't even say it. Don't even think it because it's against all the history we know. Why get so paranoid if what they're claiming is false? Prove them wrong. You have the outlets. Prove the claims wrong if they're saying that it didn't happen how history says it happened. Prove them wrong. But you can't make it where it's wrong or hateful for someone to disagree with your view of history. Because your view isn't the only view of history, is it? So, folks, it's all about guilt and putting you on the defense. But right there, I would have said, hold up, brother. I understand you feel a certain type of way about what happened to your people. So do I. But guess what? I have a right to look into history and disagree with it. And so do you. So back up off of trying to back us down from having a dialogue. Because I did nothing to your family over in Germany. So back up as if I was a part of that. See, that's how you have to handle these interviews. Let's have a conversation of what our people are experiencing now and what we've been experiencing since slavery. Before the 1930s. Let's have that conversation. Because I want to deal with the people who did that to us and have a dialogue on how to fix it. And if your family was a part of that before 1930, then we need to talk about that too, so that we can come to what? An equal medium that both of us can agree upon when it comes to history.
There's a gigantic historical record. Jewish people know when you dehumanize us this way, we know what's around the corner.
So in that
So it's about stopping what's coming from around the corner. How do you know what's coming from around the corner? How do you know? See, but our problem is we don't have to deal with what's coming from around the corner. We're experiencing a genocide now. And that's what Kanye West was talking about. Nick Cannon.
Same statement as those are the tropes that dehumanize Jewish people. The same buck breaking.
What's that? I don't really know what that means, to be perfectly honest.
You see that? I don't really know what that means. So what you're saying is really irrelevant. What I'm concerned about when it comes to my people is all that really matters here. I don't even know what you're talking about. Dismissive. See, now when I look at what's going on in the Talmud, I can understand the blatant public disrespect. When I read the Talmud, I can understand how it translates into the public disrespect of our people.
The slave masters would bring the buck, the one that gets out of line. So all the other slaves would see. Lash after lash showed them the power to set an example. This is what you must do to fall in line. So when we see the 6 things that Kyrie must do to get his job back,
Right.
that's dehumanizing.
So, guys,
So is that not dehumanizing? Is that not dehumanizing? Elder lawyer. When it comes to this guy, have to have sensitivity training, pay $500,000 to a non-hate scenario, go get reprogrammed, show contrition, go out publicly and denounce the documentary. Hold up, folks. So this is what one must do for offending a group? So how many $500,000 they have to give us? When Don Imus get on TV and call our black sisters, the daughters of Zion, nappy-headed hoes. Where was his long list? In order to be accepted by the corporations after he said that. You know what? It was a laugh. That's right. It was a laugh in some of their country clubs when they were sitting there with their cigars and their cognac laughing. That's what it was. Okay? They can do what they want to do. They can say what they want to say against our people, knowing what? There's no recourse. We have no economic power to take anything from them. And that's what this is outright showing. How powerless we are as a people. Hence the reason why we need to get behind our brothers who are willing to put their lives on the line. And their resources on the line. To make sure that we don't have another generation pumped out like the generations that are in our communities right now. And by doing so, we must embrace being Israel. And we have to make it where embracing Israel has little to do with them. It's more so with us getting on code with one another. That's the true business of an Israelite. There's a model we see in their communities that whenever they are attacked, they rally together. Even if they don't know exactly the narrative, they know to get on code once and for all, whether they agree or disagree. They know when to politically get on code all at once. And folks, that's in the law on how to be civil one amongst another against an existential threat. Outright. I know we have problems, but there's a bigger problem if we're not on code with one another. When we're being threatened, we have to be threatened as a whole and understand what the political consequences for not being on code. We only trigger together when the enemy allows us to be. Like that garbage Black Lives Matter. We can only be on code when it's politically controlled by them. No more. It's a bunch of garbage. And when Kanye West said, Elder Lawyer, white lives matter, you know what? He didn't say anything wrong. Common sense will tell you that white lives matter in comparison to black people. Only thing he was showing you the hypocrisy of a so-called free country.
Right.
The hypocrisy. If I have freedom of speech, I can put anything matters on my shirt if we're truly free. And the joke was on us with Black Lives Matter. Because the same time we were marching with all that crap with Black Lives Matter, our people were being destroyed. And they sitting there laughing behind the scenes saying, yeah, Black Lives Matter's all right. It matters all right. Let's open up some more Planned Parenthoods in their community. Black Lives Matter. To make you think the only threat we have in a society is by white cops. Utterly ridiculous. They're shaping the frame from whence we should be offended and all that and get on code with one another. We shouldn't get on code with one another strictly with the white cop black man narrative. If we get on code with one another according to God, we don't have to worry about the white cop, black cop narrative because we're on code and we'll control the community and say, well, no, you can't have an East Indian come over into our community and now walk the beat in our community. You can't have a Chinese man in our community walking the beat. You can't have a white man who's not from the community walking the beat in our community. Police your own community. See, and that's what happens when you're on code with one belief and one understanding. Because you have the power to say, well, no, we're not going to accept a police department that doesn't look like us and cannot sympathize with us. It ain't going to happen. Everyone police their own neighborhoods. No more. Churches are closed on Sundays. We don't deal with Sunday worship. We deal with the Sabbath. All together we'll worship our God the same way. And those who don't believe, that's okay. Understand that the majority of us will no longer do Sunday. Our Sabbath will be the 7th day of the week from Friday sundown to Saturday sundown every week, just like the Jewish communities. Okay? We'll own the majority of our real estate where our people live, just like other races of people. But it only comes with having a law and a unified name as a people. And blacks are not cutting it. The word black is not cutting it. It's too ambiguous and anyone can come in and usurp it. People of color. See? People of color. This, that, and the other. And I'm going to say this. Hat goes off to brothers like Professor Black Truth and Tariq Nasheed. I'm going to tell you why. Not that it's complete. What they're saying is right because I can find everything they're saying in the Bible. What they're saying is right. When it comes to tethers and other politically people coming over here, politically being used to buffer what belongs to us. I'm going to tell you why what they're saying is right. It's not that our brothers and sisters from the other tribes shouldn't have access to what our people have access to. They cannot get in the way of the model of our people who have suffered in America. Don't get in the way of the model, because if the model is instituted, you can utilize the same model for the colonization that happened where you come from. See? It separates it and it doesn't allow the enemy to muddy the waters. See? It doesn't allow the enemy to muddy the waters. It's setting a precedent that all the tribes can use. if we don't allow them to use us against one another. And the model I can give as an example, the business of being an Israelite, is I'm looking at, in particular, the Jewish people. It doesn't matter where they come from, what country they live in, they are on code concerning the Holocaust and the benefits that comes from that. And even though black people were killed in Germany, we cannot become Holocaust survivors because we're not of that faith, and we're not the people they've publicly said could receive that. They make sure they're on code for what belongs to them. And you know what? I respect that of them. We cannot allow others to come in and let the politics muddy it. And that's why politically, I would say our people should hear, if you want to hear what's going on politically, listen to people like Professor Black Truth and Tariq Nasheed, because what they do is they parse it out and have it where you cannot muddy the waters, to show you the hypocrisy of the land we call the land of the free. There's one set of rules for them and another set of rules for us. And as long as we allow them to muddy the waters, we're not going to realize how destitute and how low and destroyed we've become. I wanted to put that out there real quick. All right? So, brothers and sisters, it's time for us to come together as Israel. They don't care if you say you Egypt. They don't care if you say you Muslim. They don't care if you say you Christian. But, Elder Lawyer, what happens to the business when Israelites say they're Israel? Anything, Elder Lawyer? It's on you.
Yes, sir. Well, I think that I can really appreciate what we're seeing in this time, especially going back to the clip we've seen of Brother Jason Williams and others who are within that particular arena, who are stepping out and actually speaking to this and giving an opposing view, or at least an alternative view to what's been pasted and has been pretty much drawn out from every major media source, media outlet, media shield, media figurehead on the major networks. I think the reality of the matter is that we have to really understand what we're up against. When I say we, I'm talking about from the I guess you would say the elite of our people, or those who are put before us as the elite, entertainers, athletes, so on and so forth. Yeah. Even to the lowest of us, we have to really understand what we're dealing with. You're dealing with a people, okay, who from birth are taught that they are the chosen people of God. And because of that, it doesn't matter how much money or influence you may have, let's say you're a black man. It doesn't matter how much money or influence you have. Based on their teaching and the systematic reinforcement of that teaching, no matter how much money you think you have, a multimillionaire, a billionaire, what have you, based on how they're taught, you're still not better than them. Yeah. Them living in a community, they can be on welfare, they can be poor, whatever their circumstances economically, the training that they receive, the teaching that they receive, places them above you mentally, places them above you spiritually. And that's what we're dealing with. So above the economics, above the money and the finances, as you're mentioning, there needs to be an ideology, an understanding, a common understanding amongst us all to know that there's something that we're all responsible to. There's something that can galvanize us with principles and rules, which really, if we applied, they wouldn't hurt anybody unless someone just wanted to be evil, and someone just wanted to be a rabble rouser, or someone just wanted to be perverted. There's no reason to actually reject the principles that would unite us, which would be the principles of the Bible, starting with the principles of Christ. Yeah. Okay. So I think that until that understanding is really driven home, that Christ is really the key. When he says he's the way, the truth, and the life, no man cometh to the Father but by him, and that it's his word that sanctifies us, it's his word that shows us the way. and it's His word that it is our foundation. Until we truly understand that, it's going to be nearly impossible for us to even address this topic of how do we find our way out of this position that we're in politically, economically, or what have you.
Elder Lawyer, I'm going to show you even how lost I was in a nutshell. And it brings to light, or it really dovetails what you're saying, that the indoctrination almost of all people, just say even in the Jewish community concerning, there's something that comes with a child being taught from birth. You are the chosen people of God. Right? I'm going to show you what dovetails that, or really highlights what you just said. Because automatically, it makes the child believes, as they grow up, inherently, subconsciously, that they're better than everyone else. So I can understand the shock that happens with probably some Jewish people when they come across black people who are saying they're Hebrew, they're Israelites. Okay? And
Right.
the example I can give is because in my sheer ignorance, being a Christian, and I thought I knew everything as a Christian. I really didn't know anything concerning what Jewish people believe until I got in the music business, and there was a friend of mine by the name of Steve Walkman who recognized my talent from an early age. Very good guy. I mean, I love him. You know, he passed over. You know, it hurt me to know while I was away that he died. But he was a good guy, but he was sort of like a hippie type guy, right? But the first introduction I got to understanding that they viewed religious and the political and social landscape different than my people. This was me, a black guy, coming off of 15th and Diamond, 1526 West Diamond Street, going into he lived up in the Northeast, amongst where Jewish people were. At that time, we were totally separated. And I used to go and do my tracks when Mac first came out with a music platform. I remember the first little square Mac and all that. He invited me up there, and we did a song, Stand By Your Man. We did a few songs up there that got me recognized on my way into the music business. And then one day, out of nowhere, he's sitting there smoking a joint, and he's talking. He's like, "You want something?" Like, "No, sir, no, sir, no, sir." And he says, "Well, you know." And the conversation came up, and he got upset with something on TV with the Palestinians and all that, and he's like, "They're looking to just destroy our people. We got to stand." Da 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 da. And he had nothing to do with what was going on within Israel, but he was looking at TV and he was mad. His eyes was red. He was crying. And I'm like, "Steve, what's going on, man? We got to get this session going." He says, "Man, they trying to get rid of my people." And I'm like, "My people? What are you talking about?" He was like, "Jews, the chosen people." Now at this time, Steve was about 27 years old at this time. I was a younger man. I was way younger than he was. But he was crying about what was going on in the Middle East and said they're trying to get rid of my people. And it was weird to me coming out of North Philly. The only thing we're taught religiously is God loves everybody. All people are the same. And I didn't know anything really about Jewish people in particular, as far as what they believe. I wasn't raised in their community. And that was my first introduction to me realizing that there was a difference. That they see themselves different than every one of us. And they're just raised that way. It's not their fault. But this is what he said. The Jews, the chosen people. And I'm thinking in my mind, I'm a Christian, right? For him to state that. The chosen people. Automatically, that's him believing, inherently growing up, being taught that him being chosen by default makes him or his race more important than other people.
Right.
And at that time, even if I thought that, I couldn't in good conscience make a statement that would have another race of people believing that we aren't equal when it comes to the love and our interaction with one another. I would never have stated out of my mouth, I'm the chosen people with another race of people in the same room, and not without receiving some type of pushback. We weren't even trained in the Christian church to believe any other thing than all people are created equal who believe in Christ. But right there at that age, I can still remember that conversation, what was on the TV, and at that time, that was my introduction to being the chosen people of God. But it wasn't Israelites stating that they were the chosen people. It was a white Jewish music producer, a friend of mine. Okay? So you can imagine the look on his face when he seen me one day with Dimitri saying, well, we're really the chosen people of God, when I made that statement to him. But I told him, it doesn't change how I feel about you. That would never change. And it doesn't change our relationships and how we interact with each other like brethren. And even after I found out I was an Israelite, I still treated him with the respect he treated me. It didn't matter. We were in this together. We were in this together. Okay? When it came to the music. So I just want to put that out there. That's how I didn't hear nothing about the chosen people of Israel. I wasn't indoctrinated by some black people who radicalized me. The first time I heard about a chosen people is when a white man told me he was chosen. But it was God through his prophecy that had it come around full circle. I knew no better. I was thinking you could be chosen all you want, but we better have these beats on point so I can do what I got to do for my family. I could care less what he believed. Chosen, okay, all right, whatever. Because I wasn't politically savvy. I didn't care about what was going on in the Middle East, but obviously it affected my session. That's all I cared about at that moment. My folks is hurting. We're broke on 15th and Diamond. Drugs is killing my people. My family are getting into the drug game. Whatever the case is, I need to make some money to pull my family out before they die. I could care less about who you were. Hey, pull that track up. Right? So it wasn't some black radicalization that introduced me to the concept of a chosen people. It was white people who introduced me to the fact that they felt different or chosen opposed to every other people. But no one deemed them radical by stating that they were the chosen people.
Right.
No one said that this ideology could be destructive if you see yourself separate or better than me. No other people said this. That the ideology of you thinking you're chosen threatens something that might come around the corner and get me later. We just accepted it. Elder, why can't they just accept us saying we're Israel? We accepted them. So what do they fear? Will it get in front of their business? And if so, I need that conversation tonight. 515-605-9327. Again, y'all doing a great job. Hit that like button. I want to get this over 3,000 so that we can get this going. I got a few more things to show. Last but not least, before I put out, I'm going to do another video after I go through a few of these calls. Real quick. Do they fear us claiming we're Israel? Do they fear it? And if so, why? And what did Kyrie Irving do in particular himself that can be labeled anti-Semitic? Are my two questions. I got it written down here. Do they fear us knowing we're Israel? And if so, why? What does that do for business? Number two, what did Kyrie Irving do wrong himself that would make other people, Jewish people in particular, offended or label him anti-Semitic? What? So if you're white, if you're Christian, Jewish, doesn't matter who you are, we have the freedom to have this discussion, because I would like to understand, because whatever he did that was anti-Semitic, that can be proven, I need to know so that we can avoid that going forward. And if he did something wrong, I would be the first to stake claim here on this platform and say, he did this wrong, this is anti-Semitic, and it shouldn't happen. I believe that when they broke us in slavery, with our people being from the lost tribes of Israel, I believe that was anti-Semitic. When they separated our families, when they raped our women who were from the lost tribes of Israel, we didn't have a political term to protect us. We didn't have a political term to protect us. So why do they fear? Here it is right here. Limba tribe in South Africa has Jewish roots. Genetic tests reveal. So this is not a belief, folks. This is not them being Israelites through religion. According to their authority, their historians over there, they know that blacks are from the tribes of Israel. Genetically. Genetic tests revealed this already. This article came out in 2010. But there's no label I can put out there to claim that, okay, if their family came over here and was separated and sold on auction blocks, it's not that anti-Semitic if we now know that blacks are Israelites? Can someone come and give us a clear definition of what anti-Semitic means so we can avoid hurting other people? What did Kyrie Irving do so wrong that it was labeled anti-Semitic and that he must now go through training, re-educating, and pay a fine in order to do what most cannot do? He's one of the best that have ever done it on the court. So they're only hurting themselves by not allowing him to play. But they have another problem here, Elder Lawyer. I'm sorry, one other thing. They have another problem. The problem they have is that all the other basketball players is looking into how they're treating Kyrie. It's not just Jason Williams with that conversation of, isn't this a little excessive?
Right.
They got a bigger problem, because here it is. It's not a black man who made basketball owning a team in New York. It's an Asian man. So why is he offended? And why must Kyrie Irving grovel under this Asian man who owns a basketball team who's getting his money from predominantly black, talented Israelites? Elder Lawyer, we need to find out what Kyrie did that was labeled anti-Semitic tonight. What he's done. So I have those questions out there. Right? What's the other question I had out there, Elder Lawyer? I don't want to forget it. I'm gonna write it down here. I think I got it written down here, but the paper is around. I had two things out there. Give me the two.
Yes, the first one with the business of being an Israelite. How does this affect business?
How does it affect their business with us knowing we're Israelites?
Right.
All right. If you would like to answer that before we open up the lines with your opinion, we can do so. But before we do that, let me first state that, yes, we are entering week 12 of our Hebrew Bible Academy. And there's open enrollments. We have we have people on standby willing to help you with your enrollment package. Okay? That's willing right now to help you enroll and get into the Hebrew Bible Academy. Go to historytimes.org. We have the team on standby who can get your seat prepared for the Hebrew Bible Academy for November 4th. All right. That's right. Get your Sunday dose starting December 4th. We have a new Hebrew Bible Academy with brand new lessons. polygamy in the Israelite culture. We're going to talk about polygamy. Is that the lifestyle that Christ and the disciples had, bringing forth what? A new path for righteousness and our kingdom. We're going to talk about polygamy in Israelite culture, and we're going to also go into how they've butchered 7 women shall take hold to one man. They made people believe that had something to do with a man marrying 7 women. Liar. When you go into the scriptures, it's talking about 7 men cleaving to those who have substance. Men cleaving to those who have substance once the system breaks down. So are they going to marry those men too? So we're going to go into that. The judgment of Sodom and Gomorrah. How America will be broken into 3 places by fire, like Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed by fire. The life and acts of the apostles. And I'm going to try to have a few other people on, where we can have a dialogue, Israelites or others, on. I'm going to try to have it where 10 minutes we can have somebody come in and say, okay, we don't all believe the same, but what can we agree on to help our people in the community? I'm going to take 10 minutes out of 3 separate academies to try to bring on different Israelites and different ideologies so that we can talk about getting on code. Be it Christian, you can be Jewish, whoever you want to be. I'm going to have 10 minutes. We're going to have guests in between where we'll have Israelites come on if they're respectful and say, okay, you don't believe what I believe. I'm not going to debate you. I don't have no time for that. What is it that we agree upon that we can put in place to help our people going forward? Long overdue conversations where we open dialogue even for Israel. It's going to be, I'm going to tell you, I'll do 10, 15 minutes of that and I'll do 30 minutes news. It's time to have the conversations. First time ever happening in the Hebrew and Bible Academy. And if you come on and be disrespectful, I'll give you 10 minutes. If you come on and you don't come in the right spirit with proper decorum and etiquette, you will get, that's right, the Sandman music will hook you up out of there and we'll go on with it because I have no time to be arguing with anybody right now. Our people are under duress and are getting attacked. I have no time for it. If you don't have enough sense to have an intelligent dialogue, that's right. We're going to have the Sandman come in with fringes and yank you up out of there. Okay? Hebrew and Bible Academy. All right? Now, the 2 points is being an Israelite. Being an Israelite now. Is that bad for business? Go to historytimes.org. 1 second, I'll be right back, and we can now open up the lines, 515-615-9327. Make sure you support the work. Go to historytimes.org, $GOCC144, donate, since they don't allow us to monetize on this channel. They don't allow us. Over 100,000 subscribers, and they won't even tell us why this church cannot get monetized with all the traffic we draw here on this particular channel. But it's okay. It's all right. You all do a great job supporting us yourselves. If you like the broadcast and you have Cash App, go to $GOCC144, donate. Okay. Anyone that does it during the broadcast, I'll look at it and I'll make sure we put it out there and give you a respective thank you for supporting the work while we're in the broadcast, okay? Now, do they fear? What is anti-Semitism? What did Kyrie Irving do in particular that could be considered anti-Semitism? And I wanted to mention real quick, us being Israelites, if we know we're Israelites, is it bad for their business? And if so, why do you think so? Why would one think so? Hold tight. We'll be right back. We will be right back with the phone calls. Hold tight. the Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited. Yes, you are invited. I'm Elder Ricard Shiar of the Gathering of Christ Church, Elder Lawyer. Okay. Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
Do you know what anti-Semitism is and what exactly Kyrie Irving did that was anti-Semite? If so, express that real quick before I open up the lines. And us being Israelites, would that be bad for their business? If so, then why?
Yes, well, to answer the first question, what is anti-Semitism? That's a very difficult question to answer from a political standpoint because they have not really defined what that is or given an example of what that is. In this specific case, when we're talking about Kyrie Irving and his situation, it has not been defined. Now, if you're going to go from a biblical standpoint, again, Shem is the father of many nations. So if you're going to say anti-Semitic, no one of those nations have a monopoly on that term. So Arabs are Shemitic. Palestine, all of these nations fall up under Shem. So that, again, anti-Semitic itself is a misnomer. Okay? It's not specific. Now, what did he do that was anti-Semitic? Well, their claim is that he posted a link to a documentary that had some information in it that could be considered anti-Semitic. What that information is, again, maybe the reports are out there, but I've yet to see any reports myself which define exactly what is in the documentary that is considered anti-Semitic. Now, if we're to go off of what the man said that was speaking with Nick Cannon, some of the claims he made, okay, I can understand how that could offend some people saying that something did not happen to them historically, which they say happened to them historically, which is I can see it'll be no different than someone saying that slavery did not happen. So I can see how that can be considered offensive. But
offensive, yeah. Go on.
Yeah, but to be fair, I have not seen the documentary myself, so I cannot confirm that. So I won't even speak to that until I actually see the documentary myself. Now, answering the third question, is us identifying ourselves as Israelites, is it bad for business? And I would say that yes, but it depends on how far we're willing to take our belief in being Israelites. And here's what I mean by that. When others identify themselves as Israelites, let's just use that term. When others identify themselves as Israelites, there's certain principles that they not only teach, but they actually live by. It's something that is taught in their houses of worship, and they leave their houses of worship with these principles. Okay? Things such as being frugal, not spending your money outside of the community, willing to go to someone within the community who is willing to, let me give you this example. Willing to spend your money with someone within your community, being an Israelite, who you know is cheating you, who you know is misusing you, right? But you're still going to spend your money with them because they're of your community. rather than go outside of the community to someone who is treating you like a human being, someone who is treating you fair and not spending your money with them because they're not of your community. That's how extreme they take this concept of the importance of their community. Studying one particular, having one particular understanding, irregardless, again, even amongst that community, they're not necessarily a monolith when it comes to certain beliefs. They do have arguments. Their rabbis sometimes disagree, what have you. That does exist, but to some degree, they unify around the point of we were traumatic. We had a traumatic experience, which if we are not careful, it can happen again. So because of that, we have to make sure that we put agencies in place, put political organizations in place who are willing to be watchdogs to ensure that any rhetoric or anything that may move in a direction towards ideologies which may take things back to that traumatic experience, we make sure that we are right there to catch it before it even before the seed is even planted.
Yeah.
Okay? This is how far they're willing to go to protect their identity, who they are, their existence. Okay? And if we're willing to take it that far, if they believe that we're willing to take it as far as they are, then obviously in their mind, they're saying that this is bad for business, because who are we now going to sell these trinkets to? There's certain trinkets that we don't buy ourselves because of what we believe, but we'll sell to them because they don't believe anything. They don't really have any code. They don't have anything which tells them that you're not supposed to buy this. So there's just certain things amongst their community that if we were to implement to that degree, in their minds, they're saying, no, this is bad for business. We don't have any more entertainers. We don't have any more people that, to fight cases for, because they're hiring people of their own community. They're signing with people of their own community. They're doing business with people specifically of their community.
Good point.
So in that regard, I believe, yes, it is bad for business.
Elder Lawyer, it's deep you're mentioning in that, because us being Israel would mean that we're on code with one another financially, and we're setting up a system that can protect ourselves from a future genocide. We'll get in front of everything politically and otherwise, but in order to do so, you have to be on code.
Right.
Now, the benefit of that is that generational wealth will begin to circulate amongst our people, so that we're not asking for handouts going forward. And another thing is that would also affect not just it would affect business in general. Don't forget the Jewish people have their own jewelry shops. They have their own this, that, and the other. So there's no way that they're going to outsource the Star of David. They call the Star of David the Megan David, to where they'll be wearing jewelry that came from China. They can do their own 6-pointed stars. But yet, listen, I'm going to show you how the other nations don't want us to know we're Israel. We deal with Africanism and all that, right? Folks, the majority of paraphernalia, folks, that we buy in a community that uphold our so-called African heritage, folks, it was online. They showed all these ankhs and all these other things that are made in China. You can't even make this up. We have Chinese people selling us Africanism. So I respect that. Listen, they got their own jewelry shops. They're not going to China for their 6-pointed stars. But here it is, our people with nothing, in order to uphold our African culture, it's made in China. So if we were to, because we spend more than any other people as consumers, if we were to come on code, I believe it would be bad for business. And that's the biggest issue with them trying to get in front of Kyrie Irving, because it's deeper than this documentary. They don't know how far we're going to take this. It's really a dark spot for them that they cannot counter-react or plan for. They don't know which way this is going. And I think the fear of that in of itself is why they're doing that and labeling him anti-Semitic and a tizzy over a tweet. So it's not just what would affect them. Folks, we have Chinese people selling us onks in the community talking about pro black, my brother. Hotep. Happy Hotep, brother. Happy Kwanzaa, my brother. I think I'm going to pull that up. All the Africans are buying their paraphernalia from China. It's a joke. It's a joke, folks. We are the brunt of all of their jokes. It's time to come back, Israel. And here it is. And eventually they're going to have to break one of their programs, Elder Lawyer, they're going to have to break out and just admit it. What's taboo and why? Because God said they're going to admit it. Jeremiah 16 and 19 out of the Bible. O Lord, my strength and my fortress and my refuge in the day of affliction, in the day that our people are suffering affliction. The Gentiles shall come unto thee from the ends of the earth and shall say, surely our fathers have inherited lies. Our history was one big lie. Vanity and things whereon there is no profit. The Gentiles are going to admit before it's over, guess what? Because God said they would. That all of the Gentile history, including the lies we learned in America, was a bold-faced lie, that they've purposely concealed that we are in fact the true tribes of Israel, the lost tribes of Israel, and we're back. And God says that one day they're going to admit it. It's coming, folks. And I pray to be here to see that day. Because they're not going to say it willingly. They're going to say it. Why? Because they're going to have to say it. They're going to have to admit it to stay credible. They're going to have to admit it. And I pray that I'm here to see that day. And when I see Kyrie, Ice Cube, Nick Cannon, folks, that's the tip of the iceberg, and they know it. They know these conversations are being had in every locker room on earth. They're going to have to admit it.
Right.
and they're going to, our God said that we would wake up. Did not we wake up? Our God said that for disobedience that we would go into cargo slave ships. Didn't that happen? Our God said that in the place that it said that you were not my people by the Gentiles, there it shall be said unto them that ye are the sons of the living God. Did not that happen? God said that we would get back this identity. And that we use this identity to bring our people back together under him. Has not that happened? Well, folks, what we're witnessing is the next phase of prophecy before freedom. Where the Gentiles come out at the very end and admit, okay, y'all got us. We all lied to you. You are, in fact, the children of Israel according to bloodline, not your religion. Whether you want to embrace it or not, it's off of us. We told you. Watch that happens. Watch what I tell you. It's going to happen. All right, so now, here it is, Elder Lawyer. Let's now open up the lines. And the two questions posed, hit me with both of them, Elder Lawyer, again.
The business of being an Israelite. I'll start with the first one. What is anti-Semitism?
What is anti-Semitism? What did Kyrie do that was anti-Semitic? We need to know. Go ahead.
And then also the business of being an Israel, or does us coming to the knowledge of being Israelites, does it hurt business for other communities?
So is our people blacks admitting that we're Israelites, is it bad for business? And it's not just blacks, okay? The so-called Latino people, Latinas and all that. that were here before the conquistadors came. They're Israelites. The North American Indians, outside of the $5 Indians who are white people who's just using the claim to take money, they're from the lost tribes of Israel. I got the books, folks. Okay. The Asian people who are rejecting have to sell themselves for nothing over in Asia. They're our people. They're from the lost tribes. The original samurais of Japan was from Samaria. This is why they colluded to take down the samurais, because they were from Samaria, the lost tribes of Israel. Folks, what I'm saying isn't anything secret. Hey, even Kyrie says if you want to hide something from a black man, you put it in a book. All the areas I've just mentioned, you can find in the Jewish encyclopedia if you have the oldest encyclopedias. I have them. They know where all the lost tribes are. But they're saying that they're Jewish Asian. They're not telling you that they're from the tribe of Simeon, the tribe of Ephraim. They're over there too, folks. So that Jewish term is a blanket term of ambiguity because it doesn't allow us to get down to the meat of it. What tribe are you from? So I have some of the oldest Jewish encyclopedias where I found out the lost tribes, not just here in America, but in Africa and in Asia. Folks, there's a large number of Pakistan and parts of Afghanistan. You're talking about a high percentage of those people from the lost tribes of Israel. Vietnam. All the wars that you see that Esau went against these other countries, the majority of those wars were against the lost tribes of Israel without us knowing. But I'll save all that for the academy as we go. Thank you. We got about 2,700 up in here strong. Let's call in. Answer the question. It's open for you answering the question now.
Blog Talk Radio.
Blog Talk Radio.
Welcome to Blog Talk Radio. Please hold and you will be able to listen to the show.
All right, I'm live, 515-605-9327. Thank you, Elder Ramar. If you want to come in here and bring your 2 cents, I'm more than happy to hear what you have to say, Elder Ramar. Talk to me.
Hey, Shalom, Elder.
Shalom, Ramar. I know you want to say something on this. Talk to me.
Man, Holy Spirit's working. You read my mind. Oh, man, another great and powerful broadcast as always. All praise to the Most High.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you pointed this out, if this was brought out earlier as a point, but there was a point I wanted to make on why this is happening, this ridiculous attack and blackballing on Kyrie Irving, no pun intended. I have a CBS News article here. I'm not going to read it. I just want to read the headline.
Okay.
It says here, this is Albany, CBS News. It says, Judge rules NYC to rehire and give back pay to those fired over vaccine mandate. So we have Kyrie Irving, who he stood in the face of all the attacks of the mandate and not, succumbing to it. And so here it is, you have him enduring, overcoming, and winning over the mandate. How humiliating must that be to the powers of darkness that here it is, he overcame that. And so now he's, to even further the slap in the face, he's posting his, nationality and origin, his ethnicity with this documentary, a further slap in the face. So I feel that this is a revenge move also. It's multifaceted. It's twofold, it's manifold, that this is a revenge on their behalf of what he did, showing them up on this mandate.
That would make sense.
Not only that, but just like with these workers in New York that were fired, they had to be rehired and given back pay. So that means all those millions Kyrie Irving would have to get back pay for last year and being suspended. At the same time, the NBA Players Union has filed a appeal on his 5-game suspension, saying that, it's not warranted because, they don't see any place where he's been anti-Semitic, because all he did was post a documentary. He didn't say anything. He just put it up on Twitter.
That's good for them.
So now,
good for them.
Exactly. And now they would have to pay him for this 5-game suspension, being that it was unwarranted, and they don't see any place within their union that they're able to do this based upon this particular situation. So I just wanted to chime in real quick. I don't know if y'all had brought that out earlier.
Yeah.
But I feel like, there's a lot of different things going on here, but this is another big thing that, maybe some people may, not remember with Kyrie Irving last year, what he did. It kind of started this whole thing with them going against him, was standing up against the mandate with this jab. So I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you, Elder. And it's a continuation of going against the grain, that they want to make an example, because it's not that he's wrong. He's opposing their directives against us at every turn. That's the issue. How can they push further agendas if you have someone who's so vocal, who's there to warn us not to indulge? I told people a long time ago that it's illegal for them to just fire you for something that you weren't hired. You weren't hired to deal with some medical stuff or whatever the case is. Like, it's against the law for them to force you to do something like that. I said it. Eventually, they're going to have to pay you money, or you can class action suit. And look what happens. All those firemen who stood their ground got their money back because they knew that wasn't right. But yet, Kyrie, it's proven that Kyrie was in front of this the whole time, that he was right the whole time. And that's what they don't like. He was right. And he's still right concerning who he is as Israel. Now, it comes down to this, Elder Ramar, because I think this is where it's going. Is it anti-Semitic for someone in America, a black man, to claim that he's from the lost tribes of Israel? Because it seems that's where it's going.
Yes.
Right.
Because if that's so, then tell us that there is no real freedom of religion, that only one people can claim to be the chosen people. Tell us that. Because that's what it seems like. I don't know, but maybe we have a Jewish guy coming here and he can let us know. Is it anti-Semitic with me claiming, or a black man, or black people wholesale together admitting that we were lied to, the Christian churches was deceptive, and that's one piece. They gave us Christ, but they didn't give us the truth of who we are in connection with them as Israelites. So is that a problem if all black people came together and realized they were Israel? Would that be considered anti-Semitic? All right, you got the last word before I get to the next call.
Yes, sir. So yeah, just in closing, for a black man to stand up against, in the face of this, strong agenda that was there, on this mandate. If you look at the energy that was put towards him on standing against the mandate versus, say, like an Aaron Rodgers or Cole Beasley or any other maybe white individual, they also took heat, but not to the level of what Kyrie Irving took on going against the mandate. So for a black man to, I don't want to say, win at the game, but actually just overcome in the face of adversity and say no, right? That they just can't have that, because that's humiliating, and they're to buck break us, not have us rouse up the other slaves.
Yeah.
To say, you know what, we're doing something different. So,
thank you,
I'll leave it with that, Elder.
Thank you, Elder. And I want to talk about
the Most High.
Thank you. I'm going to call you tomorrow so we can talk about a few things too. All right.
Yes, sir.
All right. Bless you, my brother. And I also want to thank these people in particular who donated tonight during the broadcast. There's so many people who always donate, so I thank you. Sandra Brooks, thank you she donated $100 to the truth. Praise the Most High. And to the work we're doing here, it goes a long way with us finishing. James Manalate, thank you, my brother. You also donated $100, and I appreciate that. Delbert Smith donated 100 with our $ GOCC144 donate tonight. Corey, thank you for the $10 gift. You said it's for a gift, and I thank you. May the Most High bless you. We have Elisa Sparrow, who tonight gave us 20, and I want to thank you for that. And for the blog talk donation, Andy Brown, 50, thank you for that. All right. I just want to make sure during the broadcast, because I see others doing it, and I want you to know we do appreciate it. It goes without saying that what you give us go a long way. Thank you for appreciating the broadcast. Tony Ross, Sierra May, and others, all the way down. Ching, thank you for the $100 offering. Thank you in supporting all of you who support. I wanted to put that out there because this was during the broadcast. I say I would give shout outs for those who continually help us. Princess Rodriguez, bless you and thank you too. All right. Let's go down the line now. Danita has a comment. Shalom, Danita.
Shalom. Shalom, Elder. This is Danita from DMV area.
How are you?
I'm great.
Great.
I just wanted to speak on the two questions you had. Quick comment. The first question, us standing together is claiming that we're Israelites. Is that going to be bad for business?
Yeah.
And I definitely agree. Most definitely it will for them. I mean,
how so?
The money that we bring as people, not just black people, but as Israelites in general, like we always talk about, we're the most people that spend the most money. So if we start putting our finances towards each other's businesses and keeping it in, within our circles and keeping everything on code, that's a problem for them, because not only will they not have us financially, they can't control us no more.
Oh, good
so
point.
that's a huge that'd be a huge thing for them, and then it's just like they can't break. They won't be able to break what we have as a people, and that scares them. And we're making them not only rich at this point, but we keeping ourselves underneath them by following what they do. But also, I wanted to say, as a people, it's dangerous. They see that not only what Kyrie Irving did, it's not only that he didn't just tweet. He got people to realize, to think about not only the documentary, but think about who they are as a people and look into it. See, before, people ignored the fact of who they were, and they accepted what they told them, what was told to them.
True.
Now they're looking into the Bible. Now they're researching. Now they want to know.
Thank you, sister.
So that's a problem for them.
Thank you, and that's a good point. Thank you. I'm gonna place you on hold, sister. So that's a very, very great point that she's made there. As far as it could be bad for business with them, because think about it. If they don't have the power to take our finances away, then we're free to talk without consequence. And I believe that's why they've set up a financial structure as so, where you must toe the company line for the sake of what? For the sake of being able to pay your bills, to be able to survive within this economy. But if we come together and we help each other out financially, now there's no financial taking from those who are willing to speak the truth. More reason to come together. Because now they realize, okay, what we can do is just do what? We can embarrass them, and on top of that, take their money. Because there was nothing for them to come out and say outright, yeah, Kanye isn't worth $1 billion anymore. Right? And we used to wonder, why, who cares about that? He has a few million. But that means something, because this is their way of controlling the powerful, or those who have the influence to change the minds of what? Millions of people, our people who are suffering. They feel that these particular men on the contracts have been purchased by them to influence us. that they were purchased to influence us concerning their view on how our society should be. So that's bad business for them when you have someone they've purchased bringing forth a different message. So, but if we come on code with one another, then they can't have that particular power over us. But now, due to us, actually taking heed and understanding how the game is being played, they're about to do another shift in the economics. Okay? That's what's going to lead to the mark of the beast, where you cannot do anything. Can't buy or sell unless you have, unless you do what we say. Or we'll just take your bank account. That's Revelation 13, folks. So they've changed the economy based on our people getting game on how the economy works. So the next phase is the mark of the beast. All right. So they have the financial component apparatus in place as a form of control. If they're gonna buy into the corporation, you must toe the corporate line. The only influence you can have is the influence we have through what? Through our corporate structure and shareholders as a form of control. And it's a what? It's a way of censoring us. But I'm glad these men are willing to sacrifice something for the sake of their own people. It goes a long way. Sister Cora. Sister Cora, then, and I have Shamar coming up.
Oh, Shalom, Elder.
Shalom. Do us a favor. We need some quiet in the background, if you may. There's a lot going on there.
Okay, well let me go to a different room. In just a minute. I'll go to a different room. There's no talking in the background.
Oh no, Corey, don't worry about it. I'm gonna get back with you. Get it together. I'm gonna come back with you after this call. All right. Shamar has a comment. Talk to me, Shamar.
Shalom, Elder.
Talk to me.
Yes, sir. I just have a comment. I just want to say all praise to the Most High Higher.
Yes.
I just want to say that it's a very timely lesson, and I appreciate everything that you guys doing. And I just want to say the comment that it says in the scriptures in Ecclesiastes chapter 3 that there's a time and a season for every purpose above in the heaven.
Yeah.
And I think this is a time for us to come together as a people for us to enlighten and to make sure that we continue to do the Most High will and keep our people mind on the kingdom, because the Most High is waking up his people.
Yeah.
And we used to say at the church down here in the South Georgia body that if the Most High was to wake up one of these moguls, one of these superstars, that it'd be over. Somebody, we used to say that it'd be LeBron James or somebody of that magnitude. That if he was to wake somebody up like that, that the truth would just spread abroad. But nah, it wasn't LeBron, it's Kyrie.
Yeah.
And it's that time now for us to, keep our hands to the plow, because, it's, everything's being revealed.
Hey, brother, right on point. If it isn't LeBron James, hey, Kyrie is the next best thing. I'll tell you that. Right?
Oh, praise.
And there's a lot of people who understand what's going on. You think Michael Jackson don't know? Not Michael. You think Michael Jordan don't know the truth? You understand?
Oh, absolutely.
But everything isn't for everyone, right? And I'm not going to blame brothers who hasn't spoken out, right? Because everyone wasn't meant to do the same things. But if they can apply this knowledge and what it takes to get on code, even if they don't do it publicly, but we see a difference in the next generation of men in particular in our community, where their influence can change how we live. That speak just as loud as Kyrie posting a tweet.
It's powerful,
right? So that's how a lot of brothers are moving like that right now, because they see that right now what's being incentivized is a genocide that they're promoting through the media. the gangster rap and with signing people in our community who are broke to push drugs and all that in our community. That's intentional. There was a meeting allegedly that they had to say that we're going to take this music a different place. And there were certain music moguls in the room who agreed that they would take music to a different place outside of the community to lead us into degradation and destruction. And that's more destruction. That's more destructive with those people who are over these companies. And that's what Damon Dash was highlighting. The culture vultures, who's like vultures eating the carcasses of our people. Pushing destructive narratives and promoting the worst of us as a people. And they're not being called out upon that as a religious attack. That is a religious attack against us. But I digress. Thank you, my brother Shamar. Good points.
Shalom.
Shalom. All right, Sister Cora. Hopefully you in a nice, quiet place. How you doing, Cora?
Oh, I'm doing fine. Blessed by the best, and we all know what his name is.
Okay, talk to us.
Okay. Well, I'll start with my comment first. And my comment is that I had assumed that those that remained in Africa that weren't brought to America knew, they didn't lose their heritage and knew their heritage. But in talking with some people from Africa, a couple of friends on Facebook, and they said they didn't know anything about it. So I guess they lost their generation over from generations of being converted by the sword, and then the Christian missionaries going over there, or something. I don't know. What is your take on that? You think that's what happened to them?
Yeah, you're right on, sister. You have to realize we were torn apart on either side between the Roman demon Catholic Church and as far as the hierarchy of the Vatican, along with them incentivizing the sword of the Muslims to come against us.
Right.
So, and guess what? Hold up. Let me tell you. I'm gonna let you go. That's not my opinion. That's history. I can prove that. They purposely came in and killed the elderly, killed the aged who understood we were Israel, and re-educated us under these false religions. So their chest is lost in Africa as our people are here in America. They've been colonized.
I see.
So, and another thing. We're not down with no garbage Wakanda. We're not going to take anything less than us being Israel. So you can try to glorify Africa all you want. We're not accepting it, okay? We can care less about Wakanda. We can care less about that production that's coming in that movie, Wakanda. If I support it, I will support it only from the entertainment value, but it doesn't give me no self-pride or any self-worth of Wakanda. The African trope needs to stop when it comes to our people altogether, since they're talking tropes. We could care less about the African trope. The Africans don't even know who they are. So they're going to try to put some finances. Hopefully, the same people are going to put all this money behind the Wakanda garbage, hoping they can put a lid back on this. We're not going to sensationalize or fantasize Africa as an answer for us anymore. We understand that it was a misdirection from who we are. Wakanda is a joke.
Right.
Okay? We care less about Wakanda. We're the children of Israel. But go on.
Okay. Now, one question that I have, I just wanted to know if within the church, are the elders or any officers of the church into what Christ left with us, the laying on of hands, or anyone in the church actually doing it. And the reason I ask, my great nephew is in the hospital. He's been in a coma for about 3 weeks. He had a seizure while in the bathtub when his mother stepped away to warm his dinner, and consequently he's suffered some repercussions from that, and so he's still been in a coma. And I was just wondering if by chance if laying on the hands would help him recover or bring him out of this coma.
Well,
there's anyone in the church.
Sister Cora, what area you live in?
Well, he is in Houston.
Yeah, there is someone in Houston, so I'll have Elder Ariel call you to reach her.
Okay.
But all in
That would
all,
be great.
keep in mind that it's just because someone is in a
Mhm.
coma doesn't mean they're in a coma for the reason that that they're stating. You have to
Right.
find out
Mhm.
whether or not the coma is being induced through the
I
IV.
don't think it was induced. I don't think it
You
was induced. I think
but
he just hasn't woken up
listen,
from when he had.
I'm saying, but this is what I'm saying. You don't know. They probably don't know because
Okay.
they're hearing things and not asking questions. What is that in the IV?
Oh, okay. All right.
All right. So the whole thing is when I go into
Okay.
when I go into the hospital, I go directly to the chart and find out what's being pumped in the person and say, well, okay, isn't this a sedative that would make them sleep? And if they're asleep, is this a real coma or is this a what? A chemically induced coma? What happens when you take
Okay.
sleep out of the IV? Will they wake up? So let me tell
Okay.
you,
All right.
so we have to not get caught up in the optics of someone laying there helpless without knowing. And I'm not saying anything is their fault, but we must become more cognitive of whether or not it's a real coma where they came in unconscious and would be unconscious even if there was no IV, or is sleep in the IV, and if so, you have to ask, well, what happens if you take this sedative off of this person? Will they wake up? And if they say, well, yeah, but we don't want to do that because he'll pull this out of them. Well, I want to see him pull that out of him.
Yeah.
That means he's not in a coma. So it depends.
Okay.
So I don't know. It could be what you're saying, but I don't believe anything until I see it and read things for myself. All right.
Okay.
So what I'm gonna
All right.
do is, hold on. Let me see your number here. Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on
The
one
number I
second.
called in on.
Please.
Mhm.
6. Okay, Nora. What I'm gonna go to the next call, but I'm gonna have Elder Ariel call you. All right.
Okay, I appreciate that.
All
Thank
right.
you so much.
All right. Bless you. All right.
Okay,
Shalom.
shalom, Elder.
All right. 469 Darby. Shalom.
What's going on, Elder? How are you?
I'm blessed by the best, and his
Hope you're
name.
well. Can you hear me?
The world needs to know his name is Ahiah. That's the God's name. God of all gods, the God of the Hebrews, the God who sent Christ for our sins. His name is Ahiah. Talk to us, brother.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Hello? Okay, perfect. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey, I just wanted to help answer a question. I think definitely it's disruptive our awakening because we service their airports, we service their highways, their banking systems, everything. We help make the world turn, and that's just it could be alarming. It could almost be just a security situation. Just so many people awakening as they are at this time, and obviously the Most High is using men like Kyrie Irving, men like Kanye West within their roles, and brothers like myself and fellow listeners and yourself. We have our various influences in communities, and I've been using mine to help impact the city of Dallas.
Okay.
I've been working on the project because Black women in Dallas, just a statistic of my community alone, deliver preterm 14% higher than our counterpart women in the community. And that's been disturbing, especially when you hear things like Roe v. Wade. So my wife and I, we just have embarked on helping women, especially disadvantaged sisters, get a 100-day supply of prenatal care.
Well,
and I can give you the website if you want to share that with sisters
okay,
that are pregnant in the city of Dallas.
Well, before I let you go, I will allow you. You can just put that out there. I don't usually do that, but I'm gonna allow you to do that here. But what we need to look into is not the women who's having child mortality issues and all that at the back end, right? And them not being able to make it through pregnancy and all these other things.
Great point.
We need to start looking at what type of schedules that they doing in our inner cities for our children that would lead to them being less healthy opposed to other people when it comes to having children. We were not like this before. So it's time for us, it's time for us to get back to a point where we don't deal with the outside intrusion of getting stuff in us and our children. Okay? We need to work towards that, and then have a case study on whether or not these women grow up healthy enough to have children, opposed to the children who are up under these systems and going to school and getting all this stuff in them. And by the time they get of age, this stuff is causing fibroids and all these other things that can be connected to, some of this preventive stuff out there. And that's all I can say. And it's starting to look like that some of the choices we're making for our children, our young girls and our young boys earlier, are coming out to the, it's coming to turn out that these are the ills they suffer as adults. And no one have done a case study on this, but I'm starting to believe that it's what our parents agreed to allow the system to do to us as children that's leading to this. But go on. You have the last word. You can put out the website.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I will go back and replay that, because every time you mention what the community should do, I'm the type of person that gets my notepad out and I take those notes. So I appreciate that. And I also appreciate the various callers that say, hey, this is what you should do for preparedness, or I have olive oil, things like that. I really listen to things like that. So I appreciate that. The website is called Vitamin Bridge.
VitaminBridge.com.
It's a faith-based organ. Yes, sir. Vitamin Bridge.
VitaminBridge.com. I'll be looking into it myself.
Supply. Yeah.
Okay. Well, you don't got to advertise it.
And then you also
let them go there. Okay. That's all I can do is have you put that out there.
I was going to say something about the church.
Okay, go on.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned earlier about the legacy program for our children, doing various documentaries and things like that. I was wondering if I could just lend my skill set to help you see that come true, because you always say, why not do it now? And I would like to use my skill set to help you do that. So is there an email I could tell you how I help with documentaries and fundraising, where we don't have to wait for Kyrie, we don't have to wait for Kanye to help us. We could just do it right now.
Okay, well, that's the stuff I like to hear. Send an email to gathering as one, the number one at AOL.com. Attention, Rodney documentary. Attention, you put that in the subject. Rodney documentary. Attention, Elder Ricard Shiar, and I'll contact you. All right.
Gathering as one, and that's the number one at AOL.com.
At AOL.com.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your time.
All right, you're welcome, Rodney.
I'll talk to you later.
Okay, no, that's Darby. That's Darby. I'm sorry, Darby. All right, brother, Darby. All right, I think I had Rodney on the mind. Where is he? Rodney's here. Shalom, Rodney.
Shalom, Elder.
Shalom. The business of being an Israelite, man.
What you're doing?
Some serious business.
I feel your pain. I just want to come out the gate saying, Kyrie didn't do nothing wrong.
Yeah. How so?
All his brother did.
How so?
His brother did.
He posted a tweet, man.
All his brother did was post a link to a documentary. If you ask me, all he did, all the powers that be did, that had a problem with it, because Elder, I didn't even have a problem. I didn't pay much attention to it. But when I kept watching the news feed, I said, they're paying this thing mighty much attention. All they did was make a bunch of people that would have never seen it go watch Hebrews and Negro.
Look at that. I'm about to do a documentary. We had to put that up there and let them get mad about it so that more people can see that. But go on.
Of all different races that would have never seen it either.
That's the Most High. That's how our God works.
Hey.
He'll turn what they do. Listen, he'll turn what they do for negative for good. But go on.
Yes, sir. Elder, this was a beautiful chess move. It reminded me of when the Dagon spit Jonah out on the shores of Nineveh.
Yeah.
And Jonah told the Ninevites, Don't worship this fish god. You worship the Most High.
Yeah,
Yeah.
my brother.
Am I right?
You're right. I'm gonna place you on hold. You got the last word, and then I got to get to the next call. Let's do it.
I just got one more thing, Elder.
Go on.
I was a literary buff, right? In school, we had to read the Diary of Anne Frank and a book called Mein Kampf. That was Hitler's diary, my diary.
Okay.
You ever remember seeing, we get clips all the time, Elder, of Hitler giving a speech with his fist up in the air and his hair flapping. And he's in Munich, Germany, in front of hundreds of people. He said something that interested me in this clip, because I was always into him after I read Mein
Come
Kampf.
on, you got to land it, brother. Talk to me. You have to get to it.
He said that, I'm going to put it in old Southern terms, he didn't give about a certain people he was dealing with, because those people were imposters.
Well,
and the Americans.
Okay, I got to place you on hold because we have a channel that we must preserve. Okay, they're sensitive when it comes to that, and personally, I'm glad that I didn't see that literary where I lived at, because to me, we have enough of what's going on with our people here in America with what we're dealing with. I believe that when it comes to genocide or what someone do to a people, it should be insulated amongst those people in the country it happened at, so that we don't miss what's going on with the people who are suffering a genocide here in America. It's not that I don't sympathize with it, but it muddies the waters. I believe that the majority of the people that need to be getting sensitivity training for anti-Semitism are Germans. I really do. Not to say that others, I don't know what it entails. I need a clear, defined understanding of what it is. But I know black people didn't do anything to Jewish people. Nothing. Even those who are claiming to be Israelites. I've never seen Israelites do anything to Jewish people wholesale. And not in a comparison to what happened over there. So all due respect, they should have been teaching slavery and the effects of slavery in the literary information in our schools, and the generational effects of that, because that's what we're suffering now, and that's what we've always been suffering. All right.
If I could say this very quick before you go to the next call.
Yes,
as the Bible says, it says, "Be wise as serpents and harmless as doves." Just to be very, I'll try to be as plain as possible in this statement. We have to be very careful, especially in times like this, on who it is we quote and who it is we're referencing when we're having these conversations.
Exactly.
Because you have to almost foreshadow or forecast what the headline would be if your statement was to become a news flash. They're not going to give any context to what you're saying. It's going to be the hot take of what you said.
Exactly.
Such and so of a representative or believer of such and such organization quoted such and so. This historical figure who caused the traumatic event. That's what you're going to hear. So you have to be very careful of who you quote and reference, especially in times like this.
Exactly, because they'll tie you into something anti-Semitic. The same way no one can quote anything Alex Jones said correct throughout the span of his career for over decades, without you being someone who didn't believe what happened at Sandy Hook. Automatically they'll just tie you in. So you got to be wise when you're talking and understand that you can bring forth a point and not allow them to utilize your point, right, as something evil, by tying you into something that isn't credible. So just, Elder Lawyer, when you said wise as serpents, that's what you got to be. I can tell the truth and bring forth history. I'm not going to say whether or not I believe all the history that happened with them are true or untrue. That's none of my business. What I'm saying is, if we're going to sympathize in America, okay, concerning atrocity or Holocaust, we have to start with what our people dealt with here in America. That's my focus. So that we can make sure it never happens again. That's my point. I'm not here to argue what they said happened. Okay? I'm not here to argue that because, hey, we're not in a position where you have the freedom to question it and not get canceled. So I'm leaving that alone. But if we want to talk about atrocities, okay, you can bring up what happened in the 30s or 40s, in the 30s, and guess what? We'll raise you what happened in the 1600s, 1700s, 1800s, 1900s, 2000s, up into 22. That's our point. And I believe us becoming Israelites, knowing we're Israelites, will now allow us to say, okay, from a political standpoint, there's something happening amongst the Jewish people and others that we can actually take for ourselves to protect ourselves like they do under the Holocaust. So that's positive, where we can now all agree to make sure nothing happens to our people again. All right? That's my point. Bridget. 832 area code. Bridget. Okay, going down the line, we have only a few. Benny has a comment. 856 area code.
Shalom, Elder.
Shalom, Benny.
Shalom, Elder.
The floor is yours, Benny.
I couldn't wait to talk to you. I want to answer all three of your questions first.
Yes.
And then I would like to ask you a question.
Okay.
All right. Anti-Semitic is, to me, it's a moving goalpost. To control the false narrative of their true identity. If we find out who they are, it reveals the truth and the prophecy. Now you ask, how does it affect the business? Well, it won't affect their money at all. They control the banks. They actually print the money.
Hold up. Let me make sure, because I don't want people to think that this platform is allowed to bring forth any type of what you would call tropes or allegations or anything that can be deemed anti-Semitic. It's not for that. Mm-hmm. And so let's make it clear. Allegedly, number one, it's alleged because exactly, because what happens is if they show three people who are not of their persuasion in position of banks, then it's that thing of, well, all our people are controlling things can be proven as a lie. So it's again speaking with the level of wisdom. All right. That would not bring a red flag to this channel. Okay?
Absolutely.
You can say and just say in position, well, a lot of their people are in position to actually control certain things economically, but go on. They put it this way: they're represented. They're represented in places of power and commerce, and more in number in comparison to us. Okay, they're in power positions of influence when you look at the number of them opposed to us. But go on. But that part is true, and they wouldn't deny that.
In saying that, I believe that it affects their survival from prophecy before I would say it affects their finances.
Okay, go on. I can understand that.
Against Amalek. Because Revelation 2:9 says that they are the synagogue of Satan. Okay, that's what Revelation 2:9 says. Now, your third question was, what did Kyrie do wrong? And I want to say nothing. I want to say that my spirit tells me that they've been waiting for this with all these camps popping up on the corner. They see what's going on.
Okay.
They've been in NFL locker rooms. They've been in NFL locker rooms before the NBA. This was months ago. They had NFL players coming out of the game and walking on the corner to these camps. And for me, the way I see it is they need a counter. They need a counter for this action. And who could it be? It could be two sacrifices coming to a gunfight with a spoon. What do I mean by that? Is every time they put a microphone in their face, they never pull scripture. They never pull scripture, but what they will do is they will go and they will interview Charles Barkley, Shaquille O'Neal, Stephen A. Smith, people that look just like them, and they will use them to speak against them and alienate them. Now,
Okay. Well,
my question to you is,
okay. What's the question to me?
I have hold 1 second, Elder. My question to you is, do you know who they fear?
That's open ended, and that can be going. That can go anywhere. It can be God. It can be people. It can be teachers. It can be. I don't know.
Well, let me tell you who they fear. You. You know why they fear you?
No, I don't know, but go on.
Well, they fear you because of 1 Peter chapter 5. You're the eldership in this truth.
Okay, because of the truth.
Can you hear me?
You saying they fear those who not only with the truth but like Christ could actually bring truth to light to shine on darkness, and listen, I'm a teacher. Good teachers can connect the dots. So what you're saying,
absolutely.
So what you're saying is they fear the fact that there's voices like myself and others who's actually just connecting the dots for our people, which is making it bad for business.
What my spirit elder tells me this. They know exactly who you are. And in order, I've been doing this all week. I've been asking people this one question. I've been asking them, how do you feel about the Kyrie and Kanye situation? And all the people that looks like me that's supposed to be Israel tell me that they need to be quiet because they're pumping fear. Now, the person that could bring this truth out that they don't ever want to speak are the eldership. The eldership, they do not want to speak, so they're going to use these two men as sacrificial lambs to put forth in front of the masses.
Okay, one thing I got to correct. Listen, one thing I got to correct you on because you probably don't know. Okay? I can put it this way.
Okay.
All right. There is a scenario going on right now where a lot of these executives in their offices that are dealing with these teams are opening a dialogue to understand where this is and what is it when it comes to Israelites. And that dialogue is being had. Okay? Because why? It's being had. That's all I can tell you. So it's deeper than Stephen A. Smith and all that because Stephen A. Smith usually side on the corporate side in protection of himself, but he couldn't even defend the actions of how they've responded to Kanye's tweet. He had to come out and say, well, hold up now. This is something else. Even he had no. Listen, but what I'm saying is, brother, what you're talking about, the conversations are being had because this goes way past. And I got to get to the next call. This goes way past basketball in general, and this is going on amongst all of the owners. And there's conversations that's being had that I know of personally. Where questions are being asked on what is this? I mean, what is it? How is it affecting the community? All that. Really, believe it or not, I believe Black Lives Matter was a component that was created to divert us from a solution that would lead to us being Israel to solve our issues. But the only solution is for Israelites, the only solution is coming under a law. And now, considering the embedment of ourselves over everyone else first. And this has nothing to do with hating anyone. If we don't do this, if we don't come together for self-preservation, we're finished. And there's only one way God said that it could happen, that we must come back. Or will be subjected to being destroyed by them. We must come together under a law. Regardless of how we may personally feel about each other and all that, whatever the case is, we have to operate like they do. It doesn't matter if they have internal issues. For the sake of preservation, we must have one voice for the survival of our nation and for the protection of our children going forward. We cannot let them dictate medically what's right for our family. We cannot have them dictate nothing. We're under a law, and guess what? Under that law, we must tend to what our people, according to God's commands for us first. But brother, I gotta go, man. But brother, don't worry. I got your number. I'll call you, Benny. Don't worry about it. All right, I got your number. I'll call you. All right.
Number Shalom.
Shalom. Elijah has a comment. But yes, the conversation's already being had. There's no way they can ignore this. It's way deeper than a tweet, folks. They've been trying to put this thing, and next thing you know, who knows? They may come up with another, oh my God, something is going on since this anti-Semitic stuff's happening. We're under attack, blah, blah, blah. We had to watch out. And then next thing you know, they're going to tie in probably, allegedly, a so-called story that lead to an Israelite threatening somebody. Who knows? But all I'm saying is the conversations are being had because you can no longer put the lid on this. Okay? We're going to be able to, it's going to be deeper than just kneeling together and praying together. You're going to have to allow us our freedom of religion to stand as Israelites without it offending you. Who we are has nothing to do with you. So if we're truly living in what you would call the land of the free, I could be an Israelite without that offending you or being called anti-something. If we're truly in a country that will allow freedom of religion. Elijah has a comment. We only got a few more. Yes, Elijah.
Yes, I just wanted to call in and really expound on what the brother was saying. And I think what he was saying was basically giving y'all credit, you and Elder and other people in your foundation, for actually waking up these two witnesses that God has brought forth for the rest of the world to see. And they're blowing this trumpet. And actually, because we're living in this time of revelation, they're actually revealing to the world, who we are and who the people that are chastising or counseling them are not.
Yeah.
Because, when we take in consideration the Willie Lynch letter and the phenomenon that had to happen and that awakening, it's happening right before our eyes. And like I said, I'm giving credit to, you and Elder and a lot of other camps that, that's waking up a lot of us and to us to see, just where we're supposed to go and how we're supposed to get back on code and what God wants us to do. So it's a beautiful thing. And I give a lot of credit to you and Elder and a lot of the other Hebrew Israelite camps that's, waking us up. It's a beautiful thing.
Well, brother, it is a great thing. First of all praises go to the Most High B'Shem Yeshaya Wawirwak, the Most High God who's given us back our language, our understanding, and our nation. Okay, but the whole thing is, I want to say this. I know when people are listening to us. I can hear by the quotes. When someone said that I cannot be Semitic because I am Semitic, that's almost a direct quote that I've been putting out there for years.
Correct.
So don't try to call me anti-Semitic or I'll be against myself. And see, that's the whole deal. We have to stonewall these political things that put us on our heels to put us on the defense. We have no right or position to be on a defense from any people. There's no way after what we've suffered, after what we've suffered, I'm just making a point. After what our people suffered in the world, that they could have us on the defense or feeling guilty about someone else or be on the defense concerning what we can say. And don't allow them to do that to us. You cannot call me anti-Semitic. I'm from Shem. And where's my anti-Shemitic protection? When they call our sisters who are the daughter of Zion nappy-headed hoes. A white man. When Brett Favre, a white man right now, have stolen from the welfare rolls money that could help our people. Why there's no label put on them? When the record companies sign our sisters and brothers to actually promote themselves in a negative light, why isn't there no anti-term on these corporations that say that this is a hate of a whole particular race or community in the neighborhoods? So don't let them dictate that stuff, that anti-stuff, unless we got labels for everyone that can stop negative responses to a people, that can actually forbid a negative response to come to any nation. Where's our label to protect us? So no, brother, brother, listen, I know exactly when I hear quotes that come directly from what the Most High put in my mouth. But it's still, and what I do is, you have to understand, all praises be to the Most High. And the reason why I don't receive it the same way, like others may or whatever, because it's like this. It was Moses who Moses who raised the staff. It was the Most High who parted the Reed Sea. The only thing Moses had to do is what the Most High commanded him to do, but the work is of the Most High. I'll let you have the last word.
Well, and I just wanted just to go in a little bit more detail into the question that you were saying in reference to whether us being Israelite was bad for business. And I'll just sum it up with this. It's bad for the darkness in the business world, that the darkness that it has brought into the world, but it's great for the light of righteousness that's on its way. And with that right there, I'll yield the rest of it to you. But, like I told you, I'm excited with it. The awakening is real. A lot of people that wouldn't have never known it have walked into it, and their eyes are wide open. People are going to the Bible, and it's just a great time in a trivial time, but a great time. So I'm more excited about it, and that's all I need to say. But
exactly.
Anyway.
Yeah, that's a good point someone making. I think what they're saying. Thank you, my brother Elijah. Great point. It is an exciting time to live in. I tell you what, and since we're looking at it from a basketball conversation, it's the Most High who throw the alley hoop, and it's those who are willing to stand in the work who grab it and slam dunks it. Right? But the Bible is the alley hoop. It's the Most High who throw that thing up, and when we take it and jam that thing, right? All praises be to him. And we can use that as an analogy. All right. Bridget, I think I already had Bridget. Kwame has a comment. Hey, Kwame.
Shalom, Elder. Shalom.
Shalom.
Hey, all praise to the Most High. Hayabah Shemi Shaya Wawawa. I want to tell you, first and foremost, I know you lost your mother early this year.
Yeah.
The way you handled it helped me when I lost my mother in April. So I want to say Tawada for that strength that you passed down unknowingly. You passed it down to me. Also, another brother that's in this truth, another baptized Israelite through the Gathering of Christ Church. My brother Hilkiah lost his mother as well. That song, A Slave's Journey, powerful. And I'm telling you right now, it's the best Hebrew song that I've ever heard. And every time I hear it, I cry because we want to go home. I just want to say that first and foremost, and give my honors to you and all the elders of GOCC. You guys, y'all do great work. Now, Elder, if you don't mind, I would like to answer those two questions.
Go ahead. The floor is yours.
What's anti-Shemitic? Anti-Shemitic is speaking against Esau while he's in his kingdom, period. And Jacob better not say nothing about it. That's anti-Semitic.
Okay.
This awakening is bad for business because of that scripture you brought out before you started the calls in Jeremiah 19. But if you don't mind, there's two short scriptures right underneath that. Could you complete those two short scriptures?
Okay, I'll do it for you. Thank you, my brother. All praise be. Let me look at it here. Jeremiah 16 and 19 on down, O Lord, my strength and my fortress and my refuge in the day of affliction. The Gentiles shall come unto thee from the end of the earth and shall say, surely our fathers have inherited lies, vanity and things wherein there is no profit. Shall a man make gods unto himself, and they are no gods? Therefore, behold, I will cause this once cause them. I will this once cause them to know. I will cause them to know mine hand and my might, and they shall know that my name is Ahiah, the Most High.
Time. Now you got it. Now you understand why it's bad for business. Because us being revealed as the children of Israel changes everything. It does away with Christianity, Islam, anything. It makes it all idol worship. And it kills religion. Because the Most High, God Ahiah, didn't give man religion. He didn't give the children of Israel religion. He gave them laws.
That's a good point, my brother.
Continuing down to chapter 17, Elder.
Yeah.
That describes Judah and the punishment we faced.
Yeah, you're right.
And that lets you know that the Bible is real, and that lets you know that the Most High is doing, his hand is on everything. That's a threat, the biggest threat in humanity. Because there's no more Mother Nature, there's no more this, there's no more that. Now they know for a fact that it is our Elohim, our God, Ahiah, and it's his son, Yeshaya, that's going to usher in this great exodus that is going to happen.
Well, thank you, my brother Kwame. And I'm going to tell you what's sweet, is it? Isn't it sweet that we know who we are and God is bringing us out of the curse and they can do nothing about it? I don't care how much control they have and how much money they have acquired. Doesn't matter how powerful they have become. This is something that they cannot control. It's well beyond their power. That's the sweet part about it. They've insulated so many finances and have propped themselves up, as this all-powerful people, have the education and pushing religion and dictating things through the healthcare system and all these things they're doing, really aiming it towards us at the end of the day. And still they can't stop prophecy. That's what frustrates them. What can we take from them? Folks, you can't take nothing from a people who don't even know who they are. We were the dead bodies in graves. What can you do to dead people that you helped kill? Huh? What can you do? We have no nation. We have no name. We're already dead. What can you do? And that's the frustrating part about this. They know that we're in you reap what you sow. We're in you reap what you sow season. All the things they have sown in the earth is coming back. And the curse is coming off of our people and on to their children. It's not our people under the crack pandemic no more. It's them lined up outside in these suburbs. It's their children lined up all the way around the corner at these drug dispensaries that they think is really marijuana. You thought you was going to put something in our neighborhood and it wouldn't affect the world? You're reaping what you sow. Now, you imagine. We see what the crack epidemic did to us, and we were able to come out of it based on the spirit the Most High have put on us and have given us. None of you would have went through the crack pandemic. And a lot of our children and a lot of your children isn't going to make it through this legalizing of drugs. There's nothing no one can do. We're in reaping what you sow season. And that's why they're paranoid. And guess what? And it's nothing that we should feel good about or celebrate. They knew a reckoning would come. The Most High has given us the knowledge not to come down on you and attack you as other races of people. The Most High has given us the knowledge of his law so that we can be hedged to get out of the way from what's coming on all Gentile nations who have destroyed us and took our name and have taken our name. He's given us the law and his name back so that we can actually be protected through what's coming on you. We're in you reap what you sow season. That's why they're so paranoid. But I digress. Tracy, 404 area code. You don't have to worry about blacks being Israelites as your issue. What you have to worry about is what you sown in the earth coming back on you and your family. That's spiritual. You got way more things to fear than Israelites, our people finding out we're Israel. You better fear God.
Hello?
404. How you doing, Tracy?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing well.
You
Yourself?
mentioned Moses. You mentioned Moses a minute ago.
Yeah.
Numbers 12:1. Moses married an Ethiopian, right?
Yep.
So they know Moses married an Ethiopian. Well, I hadn't seen the movie, but from Hebrews to Negroes, well, before we were Negroes, we were Nig-ERs, and before that, some called us niggas.
Yeah.
Niggas is a Semitic, an Ethiopian Semitic word that means king, reign, a person of power. They knew who he was when they brought us over here.
Yeah.
Maybe the Southerners added that ER because they couldn't say niggas. It is actually in the dictionary. It's Negus. And it's a Semitic. It has an Ethiopian Semitic root.
Yeah.
And that's what it means. It means that we were the ones of power. So they know who we are.
Okay, but there's one thing I'm gonna let you finish that. But since you're talking about the Ethiopian thing, is one thing I like to highlight. Okay, why even the Jewish authority or the rabbis would rather us stay on the Ethiopian thing, because it still allows an area of ambiguity and confusion. Why? Ethiopians were Cushites, which would have them be from the family of Ham. The only reason they introduced that to us as the first claim that they would actually agree with is because if we cleave to Ethiopia, it still gets us out of the Shemite conversation. It makes it where we'll believe that we are Israelites only due to our Cushite relation to us marrying into Moses. So you have to understand why they would allow the Ethiopian conversation to be had opposed to the Deuteronomy 28 conversation. Ethiopians listen, you're right. But I'm talking about, you have to realize as a teacher, right? Yeah. I have to put everything clear so that it can be seen, so that people can know the difference, so that they can't run congruent one into another, because the enemy knows how to muddy the waters. I'm telling you why they, even though what you're saying is true, I'm telling you why they, the Jewish authority, are willing to give us recognition as Hebrews only if it's connection to Ethiopians. Because Ethiopians, according to bloodline, are Cushites. They're not going to promote the Israelites who are dispersed amongst Ethiopia. They're not going to talk about that. They're going to talk about the 100% Cushites in the Bible who can be proven not to be of the bloodline of Shem. Your point is correct, but they're going to keep the ambiguity out there. And if they're going to talk about blacks being Hebrews, you're going to hear them come out of their mouth with Ethiopia first. That's a trope.
Yeah.
Because Ethiopians are Cushites. They're not Israelites. Even the Ethiopians who converted, like Haile Selassie and all that, he wasn't an Israelite. He was a Cushite. Nimrod was a Cushite. So I'm going to tell you, you're right when it comes to our people being dispersed amongst them and took on the term Nikas, which were Israelites amongst Ethiopia, but they're not going to break it down on that level. They're going to put it out there ambiguous. Yeah, Ethiopians, y'all blacks had recognition. Don't forget, Moses married an Ethiopian. And what we say is, get out of our face with the Ethiopian woman. Moses was an Israelite. We're related to Moses before he married the Ethiopian.
Yeah, well, I was just saying Ethiopian because everybody knows Ethiopian is black, but also I'm only a third through the Bible as far as trying to read it by myself.
Yeah.
And I read this one story where if you didn't practice the way they were practicing, you couldn't even marry. You know what I mean? Like if you weren't circumcised, they wouldn't give their daughter to you. You know, so back then those Ethiopians must have had some strong practices that were acceptable for one of the most powerful men in the Bible to marry, you know, Moses. And when you think of one of the most powerful men in the Jewish community that they celebrate, like one of the stores that I ordered my camera equipment from was shut down for a whole week in honor of Moses.
Yeah, yeah, but it still comes down to this, sister.
They know who we are.
I understand. You're right. But listen to me clearly, because I've dealt with historians who've come on our broadcast and all of that. And I used to wonder, why is this continual focus on Ethiopia when the discussion comes with blacks being Hebrews? And
probably because you can find it in. Probably because you could actually find it in the Bible, maybe.
No.
You know what I mean,
sister? That's not that. That's a small. That's almost a moot point when you read the Bible in comparison to all the tribes that are mentioned over and over again. I mean, you're talking about less than 0.7% talk about Ethiopians. The reason why, sister, is because the elite people who's claiming the claim, they were told, if you're going to speak about blacks being Hebrews, say Ethiopia.
Okay. Well, I have another comment.
And listen, and the reason why they feel like it would satisfy our curiosity, and that we'll stop studying beyond that point. Ethiopia. No, I'm speaking to the people right now, folks. That's a trope.
Okay.
That's a trick they use. And it was also a trick they used because why? There was not enough of us to be a service class over when they were going into the land, dealing with the new colonization into the Middle East. So they needed another subclass to come in and serve them. So the reason how they can do it and still have the public relations spirit of inclusion throughout the world, they talked about the Ethiopians, so claiming that they're coming through to actually join in the land because they needed a subclass to serve the people who colonized the Middle East. So the excuse is, well, these are Ethiopian Jews and they've been accepted, but really that's a new subclass for them over in the Middle East. So politically, it meets what they're dealing with. Do not fall for the Ethiopian conversation when they bring up Moses. Nah, we want to talk about what happened before he met some Ethiopian. He's a black man.
Exactly. Well, that was my only reason of bringing it up, because most people know Ethiopians are black. So when Moses married the Ethiopian, his people were kind of upset because they wanted him to marry within his own clique. So all it's saying is, they're black people. So sometimes, for us to even think, that the Bible is ours because we've been totally brainwashed that it's not, to let people know, well, who would marry, would a Jewish person actually marry an Ethiopian the way they're acting? No.
Yeah.
So Moses had to be black. And I know he wasn't Ethiopian because his people were kind of upset that he didn't marry within his own group. But I know he was black. He married a black woman.
That is a great point when it comes to color, but our people get confused. We were taught in America that black is black, and if you are black, we're all the same, right? And they know, listen.
No, we're not.
And the controllers know better than that. So they can use this black relationship of a black woman because the seed doesn't come through the woman and relate her to Moses to pacify our people through a nation that's not even Israelite. So that's the whole thing. As long as we can convince them and throw them off the trail, we'll give them Ethiopia. This is why purposely, if they're taught to talk about Israelites being Jewish that are black, they must bring up Ethiopia at all times. Okay, so that's a trope. Okay, nah, we're not dealing with the Ethiopian. If you want to talk about Moses, let's go to the book the Most High gave Moses by the name of Deuteronomy, the 28th chapter, and talk about slave ships. That's how you get them.
I'm not there yet, but okay.
All
Well,
right.
I have a comment. I have a comment on the guy who called earlier about Roe versus Wade.
Yeah.
And you were talking about what they feed us before we have the babies. There has been studies done, and the number one difference between black mortality, maternal mortality, and white maternal mortality is abortions. They're pushing what hurts us on us, pretending it's going to save us. If you go to where Dr. Fauci is, the NIH, there's studies on there, and that is the root cause of why we're not having our babies. We're dying, the baby's dying in abortion, the women are dying having the abortions, and because scientists are buying the aborted babies like crazy, schools and everything, they're going in there and they're digging and pulling in us and ruining us to where we can't hold babies, to where we'll have all types of problems, miscarriages, internal bleeding. They're damaging us. That is the root cause to the difference in maternal mortality amongst black women and versus white women. And we have black politicians pushing us to have more abortions when abortion is the only reason there's a difference.
Allegedly.
There's studies. Not only does Dr. Fauci have a study at the NIH, there's been studies in 3 other countries where they didn't have where abortions were illegal. They had no maternal mortality. Then when abortions became legal, then women started having maternal mortality. So what our own black leaders that they handpick for us is pushing on us is killing us. So
I got you.
I can send you I can send you that study if you'd like.
Okay.
And
okay.
I did a little documentary, a 24-hour documentary for right before the election.
All right.
And we went and we put together a bunch of the studies on it, and that's what's happening. He sounded like he was sincere to his heart that, that was a problem for us. But the only problem we have is that we need to keep our legs closed. If we're not ready, if we're not married or ready to have that baby, we shouldn't be having sex, not worried about we can't have abortions, because that is what is killing us.
You're right.
So I just want.
Now I'm going to show something, sister. I need you to look at this on the screen real quick. I'm going to show you how we cannot go to the deceptive Ethiopian conversation. I'm going to show you why real quick. I need y'all to look at this real quick. Hold on. This is why you can't fall for the deceptive Ethiopian conversation anymore. Let me show you. Not to say that there aren't Hebrews who are dispersed in millions. Not to say there's not a diaspora. But I'm going to show you the trick. I need y'all to look at this. They're pushing this in America. Black history culture, right? Look at that. Gabriel Union. Look just like us. Now, these are all Hebrews right here. These are Israelites. And look what they're going to have at the bottom of it. The first human sun god. Nimrod, the first African Cushite world leader. See that? Look what they link us with. Nimrod, the enemy of God, who was an East Indian. So I'm going to show you. See, they have us here. Black history and culture. Then they have the devil right here. Nimrod's son, the devil's son, who's a Cushite. Oh, yeah. Moses married an Ethiopian. See their tricks? You have to watch. They're the devil the Bible speaks of. You have to watch their tropes. Do not claim Ethiopia. We're not Hamites. We're Israelites. Now, if you want to, I have the history where I can show you our people who went into Ethiopia and was dispersed in certain areas. We can identify them. But those weren't the people that Moses married. So don't ever go for that Ethiopian conversation when we come up, because that makes people don't know any better, who just passerbys believe that we're Israelites through an Ethiopian marrying Moses. That's garbage. Lay that to bed. Lay it to bed, okay? Don't let them deal with that trope. Since that's the word they want to put out there to avoid conversation now. It's a trope. What the Hades is a trope. So since they want to, here's a trope right here for you. Having our people who are Israelites, and then you tell us Black history culture, and guess what? The enemy will pay for stuff like this to promote this amongst our people. Oh, y'all know y'all related to Nimrod, right? The Satan of the child of the damn devil. East Indian. This guy was living the day. He would be in a pharmacy, or he'd be running a doggone Dunkin's Donuts in the midst of North Philadelphia, if Nimrod was living today. Let's go down the line. Romeo has a comment and question.
Yes, sir.
Hold on, Elder Lawyer. Hold up, Elder Lawyer. Hold on. Let me put you on, Elder Lawyer. You had something to say. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just had a quick question. The sister, and it's not the first time I've heard this, the correlation between negus, which is an Ethiopic or Amharic word, which does mean king, and the supposed correlation between that and the Latin word Niger or Niger, which we know means black. If anyone has any research or actual dictionary reference, any lexicon reference, which correlates or shows that negus, the Ethiopic or Amharic word, is a cognate or related to the word Niger or Niger, which means black. I need you to send that information to my email address, goccsouth@yahoo.com. When I say information, I don't mean a video of someone saying it. I don't mean just of someone just referencing it. I mean an actual lexicon or dictionary reference, which shows an etymological reference, which shows a correlation between negus, which means king, which is true, and the Amharic language, and show a correlation between that and the Latin word Niger, which means black.
Okay, you think they'll be hard pressed to find that, Lawyer? Or maybe some people have put it out there. Without,
I don't think it exists.
You don't think it exists? I know. You're being a little diplomatic here, but you don't think they'll be able to find that.
Yeah, but I'm open. If it is information, I don't want to put my foot in my mouth. So if there is information that someone actually has, send it to me. But again, I don't think anyone would find it.
And and it's not her fault, because usually when our people are on the trail finding out we're Israelites, you're going to run into these convincing authorities, professors and others, who's going to try to tie in Ethiopia, not realizing that doesn't come from black people. That come from Jewish authorities that out there. That if you're going to accept blacks as Israelites, it must be through the Ethiopian thing. Why? Because these are Cushites. They're from Ham. You'd rather them come in as a Gentile and not as Shem on Moses' side. That still gives us, the chosen people, a position over them according to genealogy and religion. See?
Right.
Go ahead, Elder Lawyer.
Yeah, I don't think it's the sister's fault. I don't blame the sister. It's just I've heard it multiple times from multiple different places, but I've never seen the actual proof of it.
Yeah, it's time to bury that. I'm burying it all together. I don't ever want to hear about Ethiopia again when talking about blacks being Hebrews. Let's discuss the Hebrews who aren't Ethiopian. It seemed like they would like to leave with that conversation when all through the Bible, Ethiopia isn't attached to the 12 tribes of Israel. Outside of our people running into these areas, running from Romans and the other Gentiles who've been destroying us in our homeland. All right? That's why they don't want to talk to me about that anymore. One guy came on, this Messianic Jew. He was on one of our programs. boy, he broke the Hades out of that conversation. Oh yeah, let's talk about Ethiopia. I'm like, yeah, let's talk about Ethiopia. You got the right one tonight. No, don't try to hook me in with some Hamite. Let's talk about how you got that position and you being called to certain people right now. Let me go into the history of Hyrcanus. Oh yeah, the Idumeans who led during the time of Hyrcanus, the Maccabean period, where the Edomites, who were white people, converted into Judaism. Let's talk about it. That's history. In the 3rd century. That's history. That's in your Josephus. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's your religion. But I'm going to show you how you got the religion. You converted to stay in the land of Israel. A few hundred years before Christ came on the scene, you converted. And that's where you get Antipater, the Edomite, the Idumean, all the way down where his family was in line with Julius Caesar and all of that. And then Herod the Greek, or Herod the demon that y'all call Herod the Great, was from that family who, that's right, converted during the time of Hyrcanus. That's when whites were called Jews during the time of Christ. That's history of a conversion. That's not how I feel personal. That's not how I feel about anybody now. It's in your Josephus how Europeans or white people converted into the religion of Judaism. It had nothing to do with your bloodline more so than your conversion into a religion that was held by our people, the 12 tribes of Israel. That's history. So that's nothing personal. Then there was another conversion strictly for political reasons during the Khazar Empire between the 8th and 11th century AD, that you were being pressed on either side in Europe, Eastern Europeans. You're being pressed between the Muslims and the Christians and converted for political reasons, not to be pressed upon being a minority during those wars. And then people say Ashkenazi and think that they can relate those people to Japhetic people. You're wrong again. Because under Alexander the Greek in the 4th century, the generals went out and conquered different parts of the land. And they conquered, that's right, parts of Ashkenazi. And that's where Greeks began to become Ashkenazis. And during the conversion, you would have Ashkenazi Jews. Not that they're from Japheth, but they're from the whites who converted. They're from those who were taken over, who took over the Ashkenazi lands during the time of Alexander, 4 generals taking over those areas. So they're not Japheth either. So we're here to get the record straight, okay? And anybody in the Hebrew Bible Academy can know that. Just because they say Ashkenazi Jews doesn't mean they're from the Japheth sons of Ashkenazi. You have to look at when the Greeks and the Romans began to conquer to know how they took on those labels. They're not even the original Italians. The original Italians were Asian people. They became the Italians when, that's right, Esau's grandson by the name of Zepho warred with the Africans against us in Egypt initially, but then went over the waters to Cyprus and Ayanapa. That's where Zepho is actually buried right now in Ayanapa, Cyprus. But he set up an area, him and his men, thousands of Edomites, and it became Italia off the Mediterranean Sea by the name of Zepho, the Edomite. Before those wars, guess what? The Italians and all those areas were Asian people. It was Zepho who brought in Edomites from Mount Seir that started populating colonies in Italy that gives us the Italy we have today. Thousands of years before Christ came on the scene, that happened. You're not even the real Italians. Let's go down the line. 313 area code. Just history. Shalom.
Shalom.
Yes. 313 area code.
Hello, Elder. Can you hear me?
Okay, I'm gonna come back with you. When I say come on, you got to pull the trigger now because I have to eat. All right. I must eat. I have to eat, and I'm well beyond the time here. 478 area code. Okay. 1 second. 747 area code. Y'all better get in that academy. History like none other. No 708. Okay, we're running out of it. All right. Okay. All right, Sunshine. 2 minutes, Sunshine. 2 minutes.
Hello.
You gotta do it. Right now, my stomach hurting. I gotta eat. Go for it.
Okay. Okay. Hi. Okay. Elder.
1 minute.
Okay. Okay. What screams to this broadcast is a blaring hypocrisy before our eyes and an unapologetic one too. No one admits the hypocrisy when it comes to how our people are treated versus any other people or any other cause, be it gender benders or claim justified or deviant or so on and worse, not one from another group or nation or cause sincerely apologizes for the atrocities that have occurred and continue to occur against our communities. And we know there's no sincerity because with sincerity of words is also action. And thus far, what we have received instead of sincerity backed by, consistent tangible actions towards our upliftment or advancement is, opposed to the stagnation and demotivation that we see with dumbing down of education and various programs that are put out there in claim to help, but really to keep us in a mental state of helpless meters of the masses, table. What we see instead is the sidestep and double talking and tap dancing of others. And now that we are waking from the stupor and sleep of this world, as prophesied, to eventually be an exceeding great army, everything that involves our aim to free ourselves from the grips of Roman persecution and trickeries and all from centuries, deception. Everything that we see now, it's coming to the knowledge of the truth in our Israelite business. It's our Israelite business, and regardless of whether we're assaulting anyone or not, we whether we're not doing anything to other people, but we're minding our own thoughts in our own way, we're seen as an assault against them because we know that we're the chosen people of God, and the pretense and smiling mask that used to be, against us, while we were still asleep, are now just coming down, and we're seeing it fall off the double faces. And what we're finally seeing and recognizing with our own eyes that can see and can hear is the sight and sound of those that have always hated us and our power and have not forgotten who we are, though we, in this continuance of our heritage, according to prophecy, have been in that state. So our aim is to be true, to see and receive the truth of the Most High in Christ as
Speed it up.
Okay, all I wanted to say, all this is peeling away and all the lies are peeling away, and no matter what we show in ourselves shows them as counterfeit, and they can't escape that. And we remind them that they and all of their trials and all of their efforts and their influences, it doesn't connect to what we're about to receive in our promise. And there's only one business, and that business is Christ on this earth.
Only Christ is going to do it. I'm with you. Sunshine, you brought it home. 720 area code. Let's go. Talk to me.
All praises to the Most High. Shalom, elders, and the entire body of GOCC.
Yes.
I just think, is it bad business? Yes, indeed. It's two worlds that, as well as we know, their world's coming to an end, and I believe they know their world's coming to an end. We transgressed against Ahia, dealing with his laws, statutes, and commandments. I believe he's waking us all up so we know that we are kings, queens, princes, and princesses. With that in mind, knowing we have to go back to the law, knowing that we have to realize and see how we need to treat one another.
Mm-hmm.
His kingdom's coming forth.
You're right.
With everything at hand. I don't really worry about what they'll give us in this world or what we'll get in this world. I just know he's setting his body and putting his body together so we know how to conduct ourselves amongst one another. It's something that's been far from us for so long, and I think that's what he's putting into place with
Right.
everything. That's just something, history and everything has been stripped from us in that sense on how we treat one another.
Yeah.
Even when we have success and wealth, we're in front of millions of people, we still don't even show how we should conduct ourselves and behave towards one another, show what true family means and what it's about to come together as a unity. And I think that's what the Most High is waking the world up to see. And I believe he's going to bring his people together. The way he's going to bring his people together, he's going to wake up who he has to wake up. And all we can do at this moment is be patient. And like you say, as wise as serpents, as harmless as doves. And all we can do is wait. I just know it's another world coming, and that's all we need to prepare for, is that new world.
Exactly.
And all praises to the Most High. I love you.
Thank
I love
you,
all
my
of
brother.
y'all, and let's just come together as a family.
Brothers, it's a good time to be living.
It is a good
It's
time.
a good time to be living. The prophets and teachers of ancient long to see the day we're living in right now. And I know it seems like it's hell. It seems like it's hopeless right now with how they targeted and destroying the world and targeting our children. But God said he would bring us back. And we're here. We're the children of Israel. And we ain't going nowhere. Shalom. Woo! Good night. May the Most High be with you. HistoryTimes.org. See you in the Hebrew and Bible Academy December 4th. That's right. Tonight, you've got the business. You've received the business of being an Israelite. He's calling us back. Shalom. HistoryTimes.org. And thank you all for you sending in and helping us out.
Thank you for using Blog Talk Radio.
Shalom.
Goodbye.
Good night.
Yes, sir. Thanks for having me.
The East is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel. In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With a great escape, we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. So we be Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans. The highest gathering in Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us